All right. I think we've done it. I think we're live. Looks like it. All right. Howdy, everybody. Looks like we have at least 4 people already in here waiting since I posted the link, so thank you for joining. I think we are on record for this being the earliest Sam Industry stream ever streamed at 10:15 a.m. So good morning, especially to everybody on the West Coast. Today, we're going to be pulling out the B3 from Brad's car here. It has, at this point, very low compression. Oil's looking really milky. I think this B3 is dead. But he has brought along a new B3 from Junkyard. We're going to tear it apart. We're going to reseal it. We're going to take everything out of here,
Craft.
drop a new one in.
Said, audio is doubled up or echoing or something.
Oh.
Xander Craft. Said, clean ass car.
It is. It's so nice to work on a rust-free car.
Why are you double audio?
Let's see.
Well, mine only shows the one mic active at least.
Let's
See, can I hear it?
If I
unmute myself,
see,
can
I
I hear it?
If I have
Lord.
Yeah.
Yep.
Two
To audio for sure. Probably from this.
Make sure. No, I don't have it in my ear.
Shirley Wall. Said, double audio for me too.
Indeed. Always something when you first start the stream. Okay. Is that fixed it or no?
Okay.
Nope, it did not. Let's see. Sound settings.
Let's see if that fixes it. Testing. That fixes it. Testing. That fixes it. Testing. That. Nope. I don't know why it's pulling two audio sources in. And let's see. Have I entirely muted myself now? Have I entirely muted myself now? Have I entirely muted myself now? Alright, well, I think it's fixing. Okay, that should fix the double audio for now. I'm going to try to set up the microphones for the portable camera later, and I'll probably break it again, but until then, I think we're good. Let's see if I adjust this a little bit to see the other side of the car. Close enough. Alright, so so far, we've not done much. We have the oils drained. Is coolant drained yet?
Coolant's not dry.
Alright, so we have to do coolant still, and then the front wheels are off, hood's off, it's on jack stands. That's about it. So from here, we're gonna just run through the whole thing about removing the engine. So all the wiring, all the hoses up top, then all the mounts at the bottom, pull the axles out, and we're gonna try to pull it all up from the top in one big go. This is a little trickier on this one because this is an automatic. So the automatic requires pulling off spectral hoses for the transcooler. The transmission itself is a lot wider, so it gets in the way of things. You probably end up pulling the back mount off the trans, so it'll clear the brake booster, the master cylinder, and part of the steering rack. But we'll go over that as we pull some of that out. If you haven't seen the engine removal guide video I have linked, I would definitely recommend watching that if you're looking for a guide, because this is just a live stream, not really a how-to. That being said, we will be going over a few of the automatic specific things during this one that we did not go over in the guide video. So stay tuned for that if that's what you want to see. I'll also go ahead and turn that heater off because it's going to be very loud the whole time. Or axle nuts. It's supposed to be the big one. Battery box is toast. That's not even a 10. Well, at least it's still got a coating on it. The bolt head. Not just rusted away to nothing.
I don't know, they didn't use a metric for it though. It's got to be something standard.
Oh.
I have to just use a crescent wrench.
I've got chrome standard sockets.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the ones in the let's see, probably down here. Yeah, all the red ones are standard, and there's
Smaller sizes.
Some of these are quarter drive, but I've got a quarter drive in here too.
Carol 2 said, "What's world record pace?"
World record pace.
Nice.
If you go back to the stream we did last year over the winter for the yellow car, I think Steven and I pulled the auto out of this one in like, actually I think it was under an hour. I think we were near 45 minutes. It's like same starting point too. Like we had it drained, hood off. It was just Steven and I getting downtown and just taking it all off as quick as we could. Since this one is getting put back in, I don't want to break the axles or break the transmission or break the brake booster, so it'll probably be a bit slower than that, but I'm still pretty confident we'll have it out in under 2 hours. Actually, do you want to tell them about this car, like where you got it and how you ended up here?
So I bought this car probably, I think 6 or 8 months ago now, and I bought it for my daughter, not knowing that I would actually want it later myself. But I got it from a friend of a friend who bought it at an auction. Supposedly it was a husband and wife. He passed away. She donated it for the auction, and it's been sitting in my house in my basement. When I first got the car, I knew it had a transmission leak, so I replaced the lower coolant lines on it for the transmission. I replaced the radiator, a few miscellaneous things. Obviously the wheels on it were purchased off, I bought them off eBay and then powder coated them from a guy in town. But it's just been sitting there. I drove it a couple of times around town, and then the oil just started blowing everywhere. So I replaced the PCV valve, I replaced the intake manifold, well not the manifold, just the hoses, and it's still just blowing oil everywhere. So I talked to Will. Actually, the way that I found out about Will in Salmon Industries was I saw the cup holder inside, and I was like, oh shoot. And then I found the YouTube group and everything like that. And I'm sure I've annoyed the heck out of Will with multiple questions. Just random things. Hey, what about this? And he's been nice enough to answer the questions. And
That's most of my day.
But I love the car, and my daughter asked me the other day, hey, when are we going to get the car going? And so that's why we're here. I'm going to be honest with you, I think I'm just going to have to rip this box. I can't get to the nut on this thing.
We should be able to fix it if that's what it takes.
send this. I did send this link to my daughter through my wife. I was like,
good.
in case y'all want to see what we're doing.
This is arguably going to be the worst part of this job. It's got aftermarket axles, and aftermarket axles love to get stuck.
Oh, so somebody's already done some work with it then.
There's one.
You said there were several other vacuum lines.
Only those two, the small one that goes up to this guy, and the brake booster one.
Brake booster.
That should be it as far as
Okay.
engine to car.
So you need to get the train paid for the coolant. How many gallons of coolant does it use?
Like 1.5. Not
I'll
much.
say the one.
Yeah, the one pan's fine. We just wipe it out. Should be good to go.
Yes.
Ugh, axle's such a fight. Alright, well, I've got one axle out. It's just the rest of the hub out of the way. However, the longer passenger axle is really fighting me. I imagine it's going to be a real pain, considering how it's going currently. Did it reseat? Ah. There we go. Oh my. Well, I got it out, and literally as I was trying to pull the rest of it out, it came out of its own cup. So, I'm thinking this axle is just about due for replacement anyway then. Maybe we'll have a similar story on the other side, just so we can get it out of the car at this point. Not my preferred method, both due to dust and just due to getting grease everywhere, but it does seem pretty stuck in there. Let's try it one more time from the top side. But these are aftermarket axles. They've already been replaced, and it appears they're already going bad again. What a surprise. But yes, aftermarket axles are always just a huge pain in the rear. And I have yet to get a good grip on this passenger one. Tell you what. I guess we might as well pull the half off. See if I get the cup out now. If I can't get it out now, since the cup came out, might as well leave it in, and we'll use the axle puller, the actual slide hammer version, leave it in here and try to get at it. too many projects at once. I know the feeling.
Looks like I had an air leak on the clutch for my transmission on my semi-truck. And this brass fitting that was feeding the air tank, so both were leaking. And when I come up to a stop sign, I'd be on my brakes, but I'd really have to press them hard or it'd just drive me through a stop sign. Yeah. You're talking about something dangerous for a semi-truck.
That, I got the cup to pop out on the driver's side, and then as I pulled it, the thing went ahead and separated anyway. So
Okay.
I'd say your aftermarket axles are pretty beat since there's nothing retaining it anymore. So I went ahead and just pulled this one anyway, and it's the same thing, it popped off immediately. So somebody at least re-greased it and stuff. It's like, it's fresh.
Yeah.
It's a new boot. I'm gonna say it's not a factory boot, especially since it's wired on. So somebody replaced the axles already once, then had something else go bad again, rebooted them, and didn't put in the retaining clips. So might be a good time to switch axles.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe a local will have any. I've got good used ones for an auto here. I would say them for my rally car, but they're OEM, so they're old. But the OE ones are way better than the aftermarket ones, especially with the clip style being different.
Okay.
But we can try to find some. We can run these. We got some options. This, I believe, is an automatic Aspire axle since it's got an ABS ring on it. This one, labeled auto. There we go. So it's an auto passenger side.
Permanent markers, dude. Well, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, if you're saving them, we can try to see if they're.
I saved it for the rally car and then literally forgot to bring it because I knew it was about to explode. And at that year's rally, the axle indeed exploded. Putting my car out of commission. Felt like an idiot for forgetting this. I pulled this out of the stash, labeled it, had it set next to the truck to bring with us. For that exact reason. After all that, I then thought there's got to be some other axle that's close enough because the Spire ones are a tick longer but would work. Nobody had Spire ones. Nobody had Festiva ones. And then I was like, technically, the base model Rio Auto is still S-Series base, so I looked into it and I pulled all the specs from Rock Auto. Automatic Kia Rio axles are half an inch longer and otherwise the same spec. And there was one in stock 20 miles of where we were doing Ohio Festiva. So we went and bought that. It was like $82, but got my rally car back on the road. So yeah, now my rally car is a brand new axle and it gets driven 4 miles a year. So I won't be using an auto axle for a long time.
Okay.
That's why I have this hoard of stuff. It's good to have stuff like that on hand because there's no way I'm going to get an auto axle here in a day usually.
No.
Probably tomorrow, probably, but when we're trying to do something that night, something the next day, it's good to have stuff on hand. There we go. Axles out, at least enough to get the engine out. Those back before I lose them. If you were doing this on a manual, I would say we don't even have to pull the transmission. On a manual, you can just tip the whole assembly up and pull the engine up off the side. Realigning is kind of a pain to get it lined up with the input shaft, but it's doable. The automatic is just not. It's too fat. As soon as you try to bend it, and you see how close it already is to the frame rail, you can only get like 2 degrees before you're hitting the frame. You can't do it that way.
Because that's how you guys recommend doing like the timing belt and stuff too, is like just picking the
just
engine
tip the
up.
whole engine up, do it, and then drop it back down.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'm just undo the distributor, right? Plugs.
Yeah, all the stuff all down there, all the way across up to the transmission. Oh, and the transmission, the shifter cable. Instead of doing manual stuff for the shift linkage, we're doing automatic stuff for a cable linkage. We're probably ready to drain coolant.
Yeah, still haven't done that.
You said the AC doesn't work, right?
Correct. Yeah, I actually didn't even put the pulley back on after I changed the water pump.
Somebody at least tried to convert to R134 in the past. That's a conversion fitting. See if it's got any pressure in it. Nope. Alright, so we can undo that line even to make it a tick easier to do this whole thing.
Okay.
Usually, yeah, we can do it from the front, no problem. So yeah, I'll undo that compressor line here in a minute. That'll make our jobs easier. Normally, when there's AC in a car, I don't want to mess with it. You unbolt it from this bracket, and then you zip tie this compressor up in the corner to keep it out of the way. And when you're done, you can just toss it back in.
Now y'all did a video with somebody recently about like putting AC back on the car, right?
Yes, Brian's car, we installed AC on his, so the whole thing from a donor car, putting it into his car. We did it on live stream.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, not that important now, but come this summer, I'm sure
Yes.
my daughter's gonna be like, "Hey, Dad, can I get AC back in the car?"
For sure, and from what I can tell, the system is complete, and it's factory, so it's OEM factory AC. So basically, at this point, since I've been converted once, it probably has a leak. So you just want to, I would just go through and replace all the O-rings, because the green fancy O-rings are cheap.
Mhm.
Get a big pack. That's what we do. So these two connections have O-rings. The two fittings at the compressor have O-rings. These two at the dryer have O-rings. And there might be one more in the condenser that has an O-ring. That's really it.
It's possible that that condenser, you can tell it's been mashed up. It's possible. I actually think the car might have been wrecked at some point, because you see it's got a yellow fender on it. It's just my suspicion.
Yeah, definitely. Because all
Carol, too,
is
said,
done. Seems
"Is his oil leak worse than your B3 after you changed the filter?"
No, it's not that bad yet. No, the engine's doing worse, but the leak's not nearly as bad. Yeah, so down here, that is a fold in the frame rail.
Mm-hmm.
That fold's not supposed to be there. So I would agree, this front end's been hit. The extent of which we'll probably see a bit more as we pull stuff out of it. But it's not too severe. And whoever did it at least tried to do it right. They sealed all the edges. Looks like they didn't prime it enough, so it's starting to peel off. But they did try at least attempted something here. Same here, this was all dented up. They tried to flatten it somewhat to pull it back into shape. As long as it didn't fold behind the strut tower though, the body should be fine. In this case, I don't see much.
Yeah, the frame looks straight from here, but I mean, you can tell just ever so slightly, like when the hood seats in, it doesn't like line up exactly, but
Looks like I pushed it back a little tiny bit back there, but nothing that I would be worried about.
okay.
We were gonna fix my nephew's car got in an accident like that, so we actually cut out the front corner from another car that had been wrecked at the back to replace it. And when I got there, there was a fold here.
So it had
Since
been
it's
wrecked.
behind the strut tower, it's like it's probably not worth it. On this one, there is down here. There's a tear in the middle on the opposite side right here, and you can see the little wrinkly right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it was at least down the bottom down to here, but up top it looks fine. There's nothing major on this point. Your door still lines up, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. But yeah, that's what all this is. That's all from it getting folded at one point, but not major. And if the alignment's still good, if it's not wearing tires like crazy, that means they relocated the sway bar where it's supposed to be when they fixed it. So
Yeah, the tires that I pulled off of it looked like they were in decent shape. I mean, I still have them at the house. They didn't have any wear on them.
but yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned.
Okay.
If that's the case, I would say whoever did it probably did it mostly correct.
That's good news then.
Definitely worth keeping on the road. A lot better than rust. I'd take a slight frame dent over rust every day. Alright, big socket for that guy. There's other stuff we could fix while we're here. Since I took the things off, that side, the sway bar bushings are already gone. That's pretty difficult. Basically, all the rubber ones suck. That's why, even if you're not doing racing stuff, I switched to the poly ones. They're the only ones that last anymore.
Do you have some in stock?
I do.
Okay. Yeah.
Of those, your front ones. Oh, actually, yeah. The front one should probably get replaced too.
Well, it doesn't help when you pull it up onto the trailer through the front sway bar anyway.
Yeah, and then normally it's not a terrible spot to pull from, just because it has some compliance. But this one is it's super dried up. Like
Yeah.
it's expanded and dried out. So I think it got either some bad oil or some other chemical the rubber doesn't like. I had a really clean one that I got in Virginia that was like that. They had sprayed something in the engine bay to detail it long ago, every rubber bushing like below the valve cover had swollen twice its size. It was like a squishy foam ball, like a stress ball. All the rubber felt like.
Yeah, they
It
probably
wasn't cracked,
sprayed
but-
that acid cleaner or whatever that's designed to tear up the. And they use it. They use it at truck washes all the time.
Yeah, the acid etch base cleaner stuff.
Yeah.
Whichever exact one they used, whatever bushings they had in it, the bushings hated it. They were all a very stretchy, weird goo feeling. They weren't tearing. They're still there. They just expanded a ton and turned into like a stress ball type foam. It's very strange.
Definitely want this plug on the alternator to stay on. There we go.
Yeah, it'd be a good time to place some of the bushings down there while we're getting it. Clean it up. Alright. Fan plug. Speedo cable.
Yeah, disconnected that, hanging over the side. Oh no, I'm sorry, not the speedo cable, the throttle cable.
I'm gonna assume your Speedo works.
It does.
Alright, I won't upsell you on a new Speedo cable then.
Maybe on the next one we build.
Yeah. Anybody else watching though, Festiva store now has brand new Speedo cables, and they have the right grommet and everything. They actually click in just like stock. They are cheaper than the ones you buy in Rock Auto, and they fit better. So if your Speedo doesn't work, just skip all diagnostics, do it the wrong way, throw parts at it, and buy them from the Festiva store.
That sounds like my conversation earlier.
Or you can assume it's the speedometer gear, and then you can buy one of those from the store. Just buy both, actually. Do it all at once.
Slayer said, Rock Auto ha ha ha.
What, you know you bought some parts in there?
Oh, not without a fight. Everything's just so tight in
Yeah.
automatic. They're so big. They are strong though. This automatic is not for B3, it's for the bigger engines. So you can throw a ton of abuse at the auto and Festiva and it'll hold up just fine.
What else we got plugged in back here?
Oil pressure sender, so do like a single flat spade that's got a little push tab on it. Yep. And then IAC up top. And then, all the connections on the back of the starter, which on the automatic is on the back of the engine, so you have to get a 12 to undo the main power lug from the back of it.
That's the one that's covered with a rubber boot back here. That's probably what I'm touching.
Yep. On the manual, the starter's right here on top. On the auto, it's
Boot
on the
strap
back.
rotted.
What else we got now?
Alright, let's
Ground,
see.
transmission cooler lines, which have been replaced at least once, so it should come off fairly easily.
One of these days I'll actually just be able to look at the socket.
My auto carriage said, Are you guys in Wisconsin? I saw a Festiva in this color at Harbor Freight a few months back. Or did they actually come in this shade of blue?
This is actually a factory color. So this is Aqua. So this is a 92, 93 only color. It was not very commonly picked. It's a rarer color. Obviously just how bright it is. A lot of people didn't want something this bright. But yeah, this is a factory color. So this is factory Aqua. They also came in a shade slightly more baby blue and less turquoise. That's called Surf. That was a 9091 color. There's a factory bright yellow, which is you can just not quite see off camera here, but yeah, Festivas came in tons of fantastic, very bright colors.
That's the 90s for you.
Actually, I've got a sampling. I've been working on a project for a while where I'm trying to collect one gas cap of every color Festiva, but here you go. This is so this is the Surf. That's a slightly darker one. This is his. It's aqua, yellow. These are all factory Festiva colors, different years, a lot of different color combinations. Of course, bright red, very common color. Bright red and white being the most common Festivas by far. That makes up like 75% of all Festivas for just those two colors. There's also a ton of metallic options. There's metallic green. There's metallic dark blue. There's metallic like crimson, kind of like a burgundy color. All sorts of good ones. No, to answer your previous question, we are currently in Lexington, Kentucky at Salmon Industries HQ, and this Festiva is coming up here all the way from Tennessee. Just need a little stubby.
Slayer said, Dynamic Friction Company, True Balance brake drums and True Art brake shoes are pretty nice looking, and yes, I got them from Rock Auto. Also got a nice Thunderbird turbo couple magnet.
Nice. It's all about the magnets.
So forward thinking as my daughter is, I asked her, I was like, so you want me to put like sunflowers on it or something? And she said, no, I actually don't want it to be targeted as a girl's car.
Oh, sure.
I thought that was pretty good thinking about protecting myself.
Right. Oh, all right. Somebody's already removed one of these brackets and lost it, so it makes our job easier.
That one probably was not me.
It's not an important one. It's all good.
Slayer said, the magnet that came with a box of Doorman brake hose clips was a Chevy Corvette, ha ha ha. Whoever you are at Rock Auto Shipping, you're fired.
We were actually talking about last night how I'd like to have a Festiva that would just pull up beside a Z06 and just smoke it. And Will was saying that's what the B6T will do because these things are so light.
Oh yeah. Very worth it too.
So maybe not now, but maybe the next one I decide to pull into the yard.
As long as it's rust-free and EFI, you're set for a swap.
Yeah, that's going to be the focus, is just finding one somewhere. I'm pretty sure my wife will say, hey, get rid of the boat first, or at least fix it before you move on to your next project. But if anybody wants an MR2 engine, I'll trade you for a good shell.
Moto TV said, Hey bro, PLS shout out to all the Pinoy who has their Kia Pride watching from Phil.
Hey! Welcome, all our Filipino viewers. Thank you guys for joining us. I posted a link in Kia Pride Series, so I'm hoping some of y'all might be awake since it's quite early over here in the US right now for most people. But welcome. I think my Pinoy viewers make up like 25% of my views, especially on the dashboard removal guide that has like 17,000 views now, half of them from somewhere in the Philippines. So shout out to everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Ten, right? No, that's 8.
My auto carriage
Stuck.
said, "Ah, I assumed the one that I saw was repainted. My first car was an 88 in the darker blue with the sweet 4-speed. $200 well spent back in 2005.
Absolutely.
Fushi's Transport said, "What's up, Brad?"
Oh, hey, what's up, Andrew?
Oh,
He's out there transporting cars right now in the greater Ohio area.
nice. And it's gotta be cold. It's gotta be cold up in the Greater Ohio area right now. Oh my.
That's all me, so. What'd I do,
You
send
got-
you down too much?
Transport.
Oh, no, it's the wrong size
Said-
hose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that thing's tight.
It's JC, not Andrew, LOL.
Oh!
Moto TV.
My bad,
Said-
what's up?
Yeah, bro, seen your post in Kia Pride group.
Awesome.
Now I looked at the name of who actually said it. I don't know, man.
Alright, let's see if I have a replacement one already out. I have one new one in the house, but that one I'm actually sending off to a supplier to make copies of.
Okay.
Since Rock Auto stock.
Yeah, I know, I think the lower one was the one that I actually ordered from Rock Auto, I think.
That be your standards?
Yeah.
Fantastic. This, which means we can give this one just a little snip.
This one has a metal clip on it.
Yeah, you have to take like a little.
Australian said, "Good morning from Australia."
Good morning. Wow, this is I didn't think 10 a.m. would be like the prime time to stream, but here we are. We're going multinational today. Welcome. Thank you for joining us on this adventure.
There we go. That's all we get.
All right, so we have it peeled off that much.
I'm telling you, like, I probably spit on it a little
You
bit.
you have to, man. Ugh. Wow. It's still.
Yeah,
it's,
look at that fluid in there. Oh my gosh.
And look how dry it is up here. There is no fluid getting past how tight that's sealed. It's still like a new hose right there. There we go. And it's crazy too how brown that is, but there's no sign of it being that brown down here. It must just really gotten stuck around the thermostat for a while.
We're gonna replace that too, right?
Yep. Yep. We got a new thermostat. We put the whole housing in here. New gasket in there.
from the backside?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really annoying. You can oftentimes just kind of
Moto TV
pull it off too.
said,
It's really hard to get.
"Where are you from, bro?" The Royal Australian said, "Here's a fun fact. The Ford Festiva is KNKW and in South Korea is the Kia Abella. In Japan it's known as the Mazda Demi-OS, and in the rest of the world, until 1996 for America, as the Ford Festiva."
Not quite. It's the Kia Avella in Japan for the DW platform. So DW or WB, WF, those three chassis codes, that'd be the Kia Avella. In the US, that was sold as the Ford Aspire, which was from 1994 to 1997. Up to
Australian
99.
said, known.
And then the Demio S was a limited thing. The later Demio, the Demio and the Ford Festiva mini wagon in Japan were the not DW. Is it DJ? But the later Demio, and then later I think that was also known as the 121 in Europe for a bit, the Boxu one, and then of course mini wagon in Japan.
Yeah, that mini wagon. I saw somebody brought one of those over recently.
Slayer
They are clean.
said, I might have a gas door for your collection. I'll PM you a pic of it.
I need KJ blue, so that's metallic blue from 92, 93. I need M3 blue, which is the metallic blue from 90, 91.
Australian
And I need real black.
said, that's not what I read online.
It depends on where you read your sources. A lot of the Wikipedia stuff is not quite right. But the Aspire is a whole different platform, and that's what the Avella and the Aspire and what was known as the second gen Festiva in Australia, those are one platform. The first gen Festiva is a DA platform or WA platform. That's Mazda 121, Ford Festiva, Kia Pride, and then also Saipa 131 and the
Australian
Saipa Saba.
said, Wikipedia.
Yeah, Wikipedia is not quite right with its nomenclature and its year ranges. A lot of that's just because there's so many variations out there. The Festiva is still being made to this day in some form or another. So the per region numbers and facts kind of get skewed a bit because there are just so many variations out there.
Australian said,
I don't want to share that.
among books as well.
Notorious for breaking those things. So.
Australian said, no, it's not.
Nope, what's
Lifted
not?
Mike said, sick ass car.
It is a beautiful Aqua for sure.
Thank you. I can't remember if he showed you a picture from the side
Yeah,
beforehand.
the thumbnail.
This
one.
is my favorite part about it right here.
Moto TV said, I have my Kia Pride 91 model and it's still running, but the only problem I encounter now ID when I go upward on a second gear it's jerking, ha ha ha.
Let's see, 91 for the Philippines, that would still be a Carby model, I believe, right?
These are cool hoses back here.
Yep.
So I'll pop that one loose if we're fully trained. I don't see a drill.
Australian said, the Festiva stopped production in 2002.
The Festiva is still being produced by Saipa. So if you look at Saipa, the
Lifted
Saipa
Mike
Saba, the Saipa
said,
151,
Sweet wheels, and
131.
yeah, the thumbnail is badass. The car looks mint.
Oh, it's in great shape. But yeah, go if you want to see current production Festivas. Look at Saipa, SAIPA. They're in Iran, and then after 2023, look into Wally's Car, WALLYSCAR, Wally's Car. They're still making it under license as well, and it's all still based off the original DA-based Festiva, the OG 86 platform.
Yeah, some of these hoses are definitely seen better days.
Yep, and so that's why I was trying to order these, because for a while you get all of these hoses new, and the Gates just kind of stopped making them for a while, and now they're hard to find. So I found a company willing to make a brand new silicone ones, but they need clean ones to copy from, so I took all of my cleanest hoses, and those are what are inside the floor right now. I need to send those off, have them start measuring them up.
Yeah, so in case anybody doesn't know, Will's house looks like an assembly line.
Yeah. I'm very glad Michelle has the patience and tolerance to live like this. There we go. At least now, the past few months, it's been under the guise of being a business expense or a business, feature. When it wasn't full time, it was just on the side. The house was just full of car parts just because.
Slayer said, anyone in Australia want to buy a nice NOS Festiva key blank? I bought one thinking it would fit my USA model Festiva. Renomoto TV said, "What is the solution, bro, on jerking while in second gear?" The Royal Australian said, "Okay, I usually ignore copies of cars apart from where the car originates, and what I have."
Well, technically the Festiva originally was also still made in 2 different countries. I mean, the Kia Pride is technically a copy of the Mazda 121, because the Mazda, some versions of the Mazda 121 and the Japanese-based Ford Festiva were made in Japan, and then the Kia Pride and the U.S. modeled Ford Festiva were made in made in Korea. So, do you consider the Kia Pride to be a copy since it was made in Korea and not Japan, all based on the original Mazda 121? So, it just depends which one you consider the original.
With the AC hose, do you want to take it off, disconnect it here?
We'll connect it at the compressor. Okay. A lot easier. That's just a 1 bolt versus trying to get the line wrenches and hope it don't break the evaporator. It should be a bolt like on the very front holding that together.
Yeah, probably tap it in there.
But like you mentioned the Avella in your comment, the Avella is very much so a copy. The Avella actually had nothing to do with Mazda's design. Kia, after producing the Pride for so long, decided they wanted to make their own version, and they made the Kia Avella locally in Korea. So that was all Korean design.
Australian
exported.
Said, "It says Kia Motors on my compliance plate."
Right. So I'm guessing your Festiva is a 93 or between 93 and 99, which would make it based on the Avella, which was a completely Kia design thing and not based on the Mazda 121, versus the first gen Festiva, which is 86 to 93 for most countries, is based on the DA platform, which is all Mazda, and half of those were built in Japan.
Well, that's definitely not a 10. There we go.
Australian said, "It is indeed an Avella in South Korea, but from 1997.
Yeah, Avella. It's with an A. A-V-E-L-L. Avella. But yeah, so the Avella is not really a Festiva. It's a different platform. It's a whole different chassis code. The Festiva originally is a DA platform car. I believe Australia, as a matter of fact, is the only country where the Avella was sold with the Festiva name. Overseas, it was sold with the Aspire name or with the Avella name. Every bolt for your radiator hold down is different.
What?
You have 4 entirely unique bolts holding it down.
It's possible that it didn't have them all to begin with, and I might have
Probably.
just grabbed some stuff from what I had in bins.
Hey, they're all still standard 10 mil heads though, so that works. All right, now hopefully I can stay this lower hose off. Put the drain plug back in.
Australian said, "Way, my car's engine needs to cone out to replace the head gasket." The Royal Australian said, "Anyway."
Yeah, I don't like doing head gasket jobs on B-Series stuff. I mean, I don't like doing them in general. Once you get it out, to get it properly cleaned, you start scraping the stuff off and realize if it needs replaced, at that point the head's probably slightly warped. That's what pops the gasket in the first place most times from heat. Then you gotta get it decked. That's another $80 these days. Then you gotta get the block surface super clean without getting debris down into the cylinders, so I just try to avoid it. So that's what we're doing here. Instead of replacing a head gasket, we're just gonna put a new engine in it.
You guys will see the donor in a second. It actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a great engine.
So we'll put it back on for now.
Australian said, It's kinda expensive here.
Yeah, engine price is definitely pretty regional. I can imagine it might be worth actually rebuilding and doing a head gasket job if you can't find cheap engines like we can. And even, I say that, even for us, it's getting a little harder now.
Said. AUD $1,500 to be precise.
Yeah. Brad, what was this engine end up being?
So it was $400 for the engine and a $100 core charge. Which, I mean, they did say that the engine had 96K on it when it was pulled. So that's pretty low mileage for a running engine.
Australian. Said. 1,500.
1,500 US for just the motor?
Australian, I think.
Oh, okay.
Which is still, that'd be, I think, 1,100-ish USD. So yeah, more than 1,000 for a used B3 is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Australian. Said. Nope. Reno Moto TV. Said. It's hard to find a two-door Kia Pride / Festiva here in Philosophy and it's too expensive.
Yeah, Philippines got way more 4-doors.
Hey.
Which is funny because in the U.S. we have none. We only get the 3-door. We don't get any 4-doors. We don't get any sedans here. So, the grass is always greener on the other side of the pond. Everybody here would love to import a 4-door.
Australian. Said. 1,500 Australian dollars to replace the head gasket.
Oh, to replace the head gasket? Yeah, that's insane. I would definitely tell them to shove it. I mean, actually, they're probably not too far off. It'd be, like I said, it's 1,200 US for a shop. Is that them doing everything? Is that them pulling the head, surfacing the block, surfacing the head, new gasket on, putting the car back together? Because that sounds pretty close to actually what the US would charge. Most shops now don't want to touch stuff like this.
Look at, I literally cut this hose in half with the clamp it down so tight.
Oh, the bypass hose?
Yeah.
Yeah. The non-OEM ones just like don't work. You can try to bend it just right and stuff. I got really lucky that Mazda was willing to make those because the solutions we had otherwise were basically buy the universal size hose, then we would shove brake line in it to give it like a permanent shape to mold to that, not kink, and then bolt it on. But since I got a hold of some suppliers now, or Mazda themselves being willing to make me parts in bulk since I order enough, I actually got the correct OE ones, which is super cool.
Well, this was
Australian. Said. The head goes for redecking first, after removing everything from the top of the engine. The entire engine is then checked over.
So they go full on like ground up kind of deal, or is it just the head? Because if it's a full rebuild for that price, that's not bad. But if it's just redecking the head and doing the gasket, that's...
Australian. Said. Everything.
Well, it's not bad for a full rebuild then.
Ike. Said. Will, now that you work full-time for your company, what is your day-to-day like?
Well,
Do you try and fit a little bit of everything or whatever you feel like for the day or week? The Royal Australian. Said. No, this is a different price. I misspelt and corrected myself.
different than 1,500 Australian. My day-to-day, it really just depends. Like, to a degree, it's kind of whatever I feel like, because normally I've got just, like, there's 300 projects I have to get done at some point. So if a certain day you wake up, you're like, I'd really like to make progress on this project, then I'll use that as motivation to get that project done. But there are some things that need to be done every day. So, like, basically every day or every other day, I have to ship packages out from the store. So that's like a couple hours worth of packing and grabbing stuff. Like once or twice a week, I have to go through to see what we're out of stock on, then go through and talk to my suppliers to get that stuff refreshed, reordered, and then shipped for how long it takes to ship that in. Every time I get new items in, I have to get pictures of new items, do all the math to see how much it costs me.
Australian. Said. An engine rebuild isn't worth it. This is about 3,500 Australian dollars.
Yeah, that's definitely not worth it.
Yeah, I see what he's saying there.
But when I've got new items in, you have to add it to inventory, count how many you have, how much it all costs, and then price it, add it to the store, tell the store how much it weighs for shipping and tax estimation and stuff. So like every day it's usually something different. And then every day I have to make sure all the printers are printing something. So every morning go up, take the last print off, start the printer again, printing the next thing. Some printers I have to restart like 4 times a day just to make sure they're producing enough. So there's a lot that goes into it. But like today, Brad needed help get his engine swapped over, is willing to pay for the assistance, so I figured it'd be a good way to keep going with the business and get a B3 in here, and might as well turn on the live stream while we're doing it for some watch hours. So all of my day today is basically this.
Said, it's more expensive still to have the engine replaced.
Used engines cost more than $3,500 because that's wild. You can buy a whole car for that much. You can buy an entire Festiva for $3,500 with expired rego and whatnot.
Did you disconnect the
Transcooler? No. The one I don't think I can reach. The
Well,
other one I might be
Australian.
able to.
Said, yeah,
I don't know what side. I don't even remember how I got it in there, to be honest with you. And then these are the fuel lines back here, right?
Mhm.
So we'll hold off on disconnecting those.
Yeah. I guess it should retain some pressure. It's not a ton, but enough to be noteworthy at least. Yeah, there we go. Now I can reach it.
This cluster of connections come into.
Australian. Said,
That's the front of the block.
this is $4,500 for the engine, which includes postage and handling and shipping, along with the actual freight cost. The Royal Australian. Said, 4,500 Australian dollars this is.
I can imagine with freight, then it starts to gain a lot. We try to just pick up engines. I'd rather do a long road trip for an engine than ship it, but obviously Australia, especially if you're going from one side to the other, it's just a whole bunch of empty nothing. That'd be a lot of driving, so freight might be a requirement at that point.
I think that's it for the wiring harness.
Got that just in case.
You're good.
Mojo TV. Said, bye brother. Hope you finished the project smoothly.
Thanks.
The Royal Australian. Said, except, I only need to drive interstate to buy a B3i4 from Top Spot Spares Alice Springs NT. Lifted Mike. Said, right on Will, glad to hear the Festiva store keeps you busy. Thanks again for offering all those parts to us Festi people.
Thank you all for buying them. I'm really glad I have the opportunity to do stuff like this. It's been awesome. A lot of it now it comes down to me trying to get some projects done. I think, actually, pretty soon you guys will probably see the new third brake lights on the store. So those are fully integrated LED third brake lights that are super bright, super compact, take up way less space, and are completely plug and play. Most of the parts for those are here. The first 10 actually are probably going to be available for sale this next week. Maybe I'll pull one out and give you guys a sneak peek of them. And then after that, the clear taillights are on the way. They're actually on the boat right now. That boat's expected to dock sometime early November. And then after they get off the dock,
Australian.
ship to me.
Said, I'd love an engine head for a B3i4 from you, depending on how much it is.
I mean, I think I have one spare head laying around, but the shipping to Australia would be like astronomical. Last time I checked, to ship a head overseas was like $380 USD. which is about 550 Australian just for shipping. So it really would not be worth it for the head. And it would still need decked and stuff. I only have used heads, so you'd still be paying the shop to deck it and do your bow stem seals and stuff. It sadly really wouldn't be worth the cost to ship.
Australian said, "Oof."
Yeah. I still have parts in Australia that I need to ship to me that I bought in
Australian
2016.
said,
shipping's too much.
"Okay."
All B3 heads are interchangeable though. They use slightly different cam lobes to drive the fuel pump. It's slightly different lifters depending on the generation, at least in the US, but physically it's the same casting. So you can use a B3 from any Festiva or Aspire
said,
or Vela from
"Hello."
all the way from 86 up to 99. All the heads are compatible. Hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you all for tuning in. We are still doing the minor removal of fluids and cords and stuff before we actually get to the mounts, but we're almost there.
Yeah, I think I've got that entire harness, all grounds disconnected.
Awesome. I think the rad's ready.
Yeah.
Australian said, "My fuel pump is in my fuel tank."
Okay, then yeah. So
Chunk Festiva said, "We need to teach this speech bot how to say Festiva. For Festiva." The Royal Australian said, "Fuel."
Yes, if your pump is in tank, that means you can use any head, because that means if you do or don't have the cam lobe for the mechanical pump, doesn't matter since you don't have the pump.
Rix said, "Shout out Galuba Red Heart." Chunk Festiva said, "Festiva."
Shout out to Galupo. Man, we got viewers everywhere today. This is fantastic. All right. I guess we got lower mounts.
Ike said, "Hell yeah, I may get the third brake light and a clutch cable." Lifted Mike said, "Festiva."
If you guys can train the bot to say it, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
I think there's a way for me to use AI generated voices with this thing. I don't know how. I didn't really look into it just because it's a bunch of work. But maybe we'll set that up. I also know
Slayer
I have
said, "Festiva."
That's pretty close. We officially have channel memberships available now, I think, and channel super chat. So I think maybe for the next stream I can set it up so that way if you pay, if you donate $1 or something as a super chat member, that dollar goes straight to me, and then I can make the computer say Festiva really loud or shout something absurd or something. So if that's something anybody would be interested in, let me know. I'll try to set that up.
Absurd, not obscene.
Yeah. Just play an audio clip of me shouting the word Festiva. So then every time you guys spend $1, the computer just yells
said,
Festiva at me.
"Festiva."
You probably do it if you probably said TEEVA maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what Adam had when he said, yeah, Tiva.
Or UA maybe?
Australian said, "Wait, what? How does that make any sense? Wouldn't fuel leak out as per the area we're having no fuel pump?"
No.
The Royal Australian said, "Festiva."
All the heads are the same casting. If you have an EFI car or a car that has a in-tank pump, then the spot where the mechanical pump would be is just blocked off with a little cover plate. And you'll see that on the engine that we're going to reseal here in a little bit. I'll show you that. But it's just a little stamped steel plate and a gasket that blocks off where the pump where the fuel pump would sit on the head. It's the same head, just one has a pump, the other has a block-off plate. No leaks. Alright, I think that's it. Oh, I guess there's heater core hose. That one's done. That one's off all the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, and our fuel lines.
Australian.
The only things that I haven't popped.
Said.
I didn't want to.
AHH.
Jack, go ahead.
Okay. Coolio.
Yeah, pop our fuel line, and I will get the hoist in here. And we can go. I guess I'll do the bottom mounts now while I'm thinking about it. You.
Rix. Said. My car is Kia Pride CD5. Reno Moto TV. Said. Hey bro, I'm back, hahaha, I have question, if you were going to sell one of your Festiva, how much it would cost? Chunk Slayer. Said. Festiva, you gotta add in that mania accent.
I don't really plan on selling any anytime soon. Like my nice ones, I just put way too much work into. If I were going to sell them, market value would be like $6 or $7 grand probably, but I just would never sell. I've got a rusty one that I use for my winter car that somebody actually locally is probably gonna buy, and it's gonna be $2,100. Despite the rust, it's got a really good engine. It's got good accessories, a bunch of options to it, new wheels and tires, so it's worth it.
I saw that green, lime green one on the forum. I want to say it was in the Philippines. Do you see that one that
Yes.
somebody posted the other day? That's a good paint job.
Australian. Said. I have my engine head almost fully disassembled, and it sits nice and flat on my engine block, which is good.
You'll want to measure it with like an actual flat plane ruler if you can. It's really hard to visually see because like it takes only a couple of fractions of a mil to have it not make compressions, especially on the inside across cylinders 2 and 3. This ATF is very fresh.
What now?
The trans fluid.
Oh yeah. I mean, because it's got a little bit of a trans leak. I don't know where from yet, but.
Australian. Said. It lost compression in cylinder 4.
Is it just the one fuel?
There's a return as well. So yes, that's this top one. This one's feed,
Okay.
and the one you popped off is its return.
Slayer. Said. How about that Og Festiva commercial where the cars have to sing Festiva? Or they get crushed. That should be the Festiva sound.
Yeah, we'll play that clip every time somebody donates $1.
Australian. Said. Radiator coolant and oil was shooting out of this cylinder when the mechanic diagnosed it. Moss EC Gaming. Said. My boy Rad Brad in the cut, man dancing medium skin tone, man dancing medium skin tone.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, the bot's still getting used to pronouncing emojis.
said, I'm just your new subscriber.
Never
Chunk
too
the
late.
Slayer said,
Awesome.
gotta love chatbots, ha 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 ha. Mossy Gaming said, getting her right, I see this thing is gonna be a beast when you get done. The
gonna be
Royal
awesome.
Australian said, what mods do you recommend to replace the spark plug system with coil-on plugs?
I don't. Coil-on plug conversion requires a ton of work. Like you're doing a whole custom aftermarket ECU to get coil-on plug. You can't just go and convert from a distributor to a coil-on plug pack. There's no like optional kit or anything for that. And on a B3, it's super not worth it at all.
Slayer said, chatbot haha. Moto TV said,
You're missing
I love the yellow Festiva, bro, ha ha ha, looks really cool, favorite color, but I have the blue one, grinning face with big eyes.
So there's no hook on that.
Yep, I'll just pull it off the other end.
It's supposed to be here.
Back side. Alright, so we'll just pull off the other one. And thank you. The yellow one is my favorite too. Yellow's always my favorite color. Along being one of the rarer colors, it's really nice to finally be able to have one. A nice one.
Australian said, well, my car's part of a modding community's paradise. It's a K car, and only weighs about 1,600 pounds when I am not in it.
Yeah, so last night when we were getting this one off the trailer, I actually had to get out of the driver's seat because of the angle. It just needed just like an inch to get off
Moto
the trailer.
TV said, done subscribing to your channel.
Thank you for the subscriptions, everybody. It helps a lot. And here we go.
Easy enough. Come down with it just a little bit. Alright.
Slayer said, was it just the L model Festiva that had the black bumpers vs the painted bumpers?
No. Other way around, kind of. So the GL is the only one with painted bumpers. All L's are unpainted, and then the GL trim only existed in 91. So before that, for 88 to 90, the L Plus and the LX trim still kept unpainted bumpers. That was a new thing they introduced for the new GL trim starting in 91. Alright, time to test the tensile strength of every hose we forgot to disconnect.
No, you want to get the front mount.
Yep, it's out.
Oh.
Australian said,
Yep.
lightweight K car communities love modding any car that takes only 2 people, and they are a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, there's a guy actually locally to me that just bought some of my wheels that just imported a Subaru Sandbar K-Van. It's a lot of fun.
What are you disconnecting here?
The actual lower trans mount entirely. So I disconnected where it mounts to the. What did I just grab? This connects from the cross member, so I've already done that. But for the auto's so fat that often the mount still gets stuck on the brake booster and steering rack. So that loosens from the bottom. I can now also completely take it off the trans side. And when we insert it, we'll try to do the same thing. We'll get it half turned up down here and squeeze it in through the axle hole.
Australian said, there are also a lot of mods available, so this is where I am tapping in to get mods for my car.
been replaced at one point.
It probably was whenever this side was broken or bent. I mean, I'm assuming it's not supposed to be quite that tight in here.
It does get really tight with the auto. That's what makes it a ton harder
Australian.
than manual.
Said, there, pardon me, are also a lot of mods available.
So over in Australia, where are you sourcing your parts from? Do y'all have somebody who's producing them? Or are you just getting them shipped in from elsewhere? Awesome. Matt, I just realized that was you that's watching now. This guy that's like a son to me over in Clarksville. He went to school with my son, and so sometimes I come over and do stuff on the cars, like when I'm out of town and I need something done. He came and did the brakes for. He's learning all about mechanics now. He did the brakes for my son's car on his. Yeah, he's got a Hyundai Accent, I believe. The hatch. Put my running boards on my Ram after they rusted off.
Nice.
There he goes. Yeah, you got some swivels there. Out of curiosity, did you disconnect the exhaust manifold?
No, we didn't.
Australian. Said, the mods have done are I have removed the wheel arch liners and the plastic mud flaps. I swapped out my air filter with a pod beforehand though.
Let's cross our fingers that the manifold nuts come off.
Yeah, I just looked down. They do look a bit rusty.
Yeah, it's pretty typical for them to get quite hot. Although your new one has, your new engine at least, has the manifold still on it. So if we do break these studs, the new one should still have studs.
Okay.
Australian. Said, I need to get some engine hoist straps.
Yeah.
Old
they're a
seat
must.
belts.
Old seat belts, he said. Oh! You want to tell him the trick that I just learned today? About the CRV? You want to share, you want to share that?
Yeah.
So, the old CRV, is it first gens?
So yeah, first and second.
First and second gens. The place where the spare tire is held underneath, that plastic part, is actually a table. See the table over here that has the grill on it and stuff? That's the trunk lid.
Carol 2. Said, third brake light and clear tail light deal.
Yeah, the third.
Yeah, I'll have to get some. I'll have to go out and show you guys.
The Royal Australian. Said, wait, what?
Well, that kind of counts.
Yeah, so this right here, guys. I'm gonna pick it up and try not to dump our stuff.
Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Wow, it came out fantastic.
Hey, Sharon.
where it starts to get a little trickier. Try to navigate so the engine mount does not just completely fall apart. And I don't want to dent up the AC or anything else silly like that, so I'm going to try these mounts very carefully.
Australian said, "Way to recycle plastics, my dudes, rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing."
Well, I mean, it's not really recycling, it's an intentional table. Honda expected you to go camping in your CRV, so I thought they'd include a little handy table to make that happen. I would not spend the time to turn it into a table, that'd be too much work.
Australian said, "Wait, what? I didn't actually know that. Thinking face, thinking face."
Yep, that's exactly how it comes out of the... Oh. That is exactly how it comes out of the back of the CRV. You lift up the spare tire holder, there's legs on it, you just unfold the legs, boom, you got a table. Right.
Pemberton said, "What's up, Brad? Listening in while I drive."
He just stepped out for a phone call, but I'm sure he's glad to have you. I know I'm glad to have you. Welcome to the stream.
Australian said, "Cool, I should get one. What do you think of the 1.1 LB6D4 for the Mazda 3?
The 1.1 liter engine would be the V1. Oh, sorry, for the Mazda 3? Oh, I have no idea. We didn't get that here. I don't think we got the 1.1 here, I should say. Americans don't like small engines.
Australian said, "Yes, you did. America did get the Mazda 3.
Yeah, I know we got the Mazda 3. I don't know if we got the 1.1 version. Most of the Mazda 3s in the US are the 2.3 and the 2.5. Alright, there it is. 1B3 plus auto transmission. Oh man, what a chunky thing that is, isn't it? Try to get it clear of the car, then set it down a little bit.
Australian said, "Raymond Ray's Repairs did a repair on one, but with the 1.6 liter.
Oh, one step away, you pull it out. Man.
Try to push the crane my way a little bit. I think I'll let go. It's going to bump the bumper. All right, and I'm going to give you the fun job because I think you probably have more weight behind your throw than I do.
All right.
We got to get that axle cup out of there. So I bought this as a last resort.
Oh yeah.
Australian said. The B6D4 came in the Festiva as well, but in the 1.4 liter version.
There, B6D4 would not be a 1.4 liter. The 6 is representation of the output, and the Festiva never got a 1.4 liter engine. Again, if you saw that on Wikipedia, it would be wrong.
This little car was a literal rocket ship. I loved this version. Chunk this layer said. Will, I PM'd you a picture of that Festiva gas door and door tag. When you get a minute, what color is that?
I'll have to give it a look.
Oh yeah.
A little dent puller here.
Australian said. Okay, well, I have a cousin that owned one. Brian Carroll too said. It's okay if you can't answer this, but how often do you have to deal with tariffs when getting parts made?
I have to deal with tariffs every time something's made in China, and occasionally stuff from Japan, but not usually. Alright. Let's see what we got here, guys. Well, not like that. Better. Feels like.
Is that one smaller?
It is. I don't know if it'll fit on the F-Series axles. If it'll fit, though, it'll work.
No, you're right. Make sure I'm not grabbing hold of anything. Backside. There's not clips holding it in?
It's an internal circlip
Ugh.
that's inaccessible from the outside.
Seems like a failed design here.
Australian said. It was a requirement that the 1.6 liter V6D4 that was going to be used in it be replaced for the Australian market with a 1.4 liter modified V6D4. Again, my cousin owned one. The Royal Australian said. A 1999 model in my case.
There's no 1.4 liter B series engine though. The only market that ever got a 1.4 was in Europe, where they had the 1.3 liter, but since it was like 50 cc's more than 1.3, they legally had to badge it at 1.4. It's just a B3 still. It's identical, just the badging's different for legal reasons.
Pull on the housing behind it.
So the aftermarket circlips are shaped wrong, so they get stuck in there permanently. The stock ones work fine, and the aftermarket ones they didn't bother making them the right size. They just pick what they have off the shelf for the circlip size. So the aftermarket axles, when you pop them in, they like never come out again. Sometimes to this degree, like literally, they don't come out.
So
I still have an E series over here that's got one stuck in it, and a second one where I smashed, like, it ended up cracking the entire case before the axle came out.
Minutes later, said, Festiva, 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 Festiva. The Royal Australian said, well, there was. For the Australian market, compliance was paramount. The car was given the engine you just bought up for European market.
The engine that I just brought up is identical to the standard B3. It's just a badge difference. There's no actual different parts. It's not actually 1.4 liter.
there we go.
If you got me a parts diagram that shows a 1.4 liter like piston and chamber design, then maybe. But until there's some evidence, there's no other parts diagrams anywhere that show a 1.4 liter version of a B series. What the hell? Yep. So, easier thing might just be to switch transmissions then. I've got an auto back there. It just needs the torque converter placed because I scratched it pulling it out, but your torque converter should be minty fresh. So, let's see. While we're here though, we can see this is at least original to this car. 5800, and your block is... block looks to be unmarked. I wonder if this engine's already been replaced once. Because the replacement blocks didn't get markings in the standard spot. They would have a marking up on the top ear, which you should be able to see me taken out. 800, and yep, that's your bin. So the trans is original at least. Engine looks like it might have been replaced once already, with like a dealership option block. It is very clean. Even the freeze plugs have
Yeah, they're no rust.
all completely coated still. So yeah, normally your bin should be stamped here on this block ear for the last 6 of the bin, and then the stamp on the transmission on the backside.
Okay.
But yeah, I have another trans, so our option would be to swap the trans, since we run bolts in the trans anyway, so it wouldn't really matter to swap the transmissions out. Or try to just keep using that cup, just repack the grease, shove it back in, and hope the axle holds together. But I think it'd be best to switch trans, which is fine, because the auto transmission for Festivas are free, group-wise. Nobody keeps them, so people usually just give them away or scrap them. So I've had one sitting around just in case we needed it.
Okay.
That, and with how, since it is loose but not out, makes me wonder if the diff bearing is maybe getting a little shot. Like it shouldn't be able to do that.
Australian said,
Not a ton
okay,
inside.
let me list the B64 engine liters here. 1.1 liter, 1.4 liter, Australian market because compliance and emissions reasons. 1.5 liter, 1.6 liter, and finally the Royal Australian said, 1.8 liter, the most powerful one.
Okay, so those aren't B6 D4s. B6 means 1.6 liter B series engine. Whatever it says on Wikipedia is not correct, or otherwise. The engine series is B, the number is the number of liters, or the second digit. So a B1 is 1.1 liters, a B3 is 1.3, etc. The B6 is 1.6 liter. There's no 1.1 liter B6. D4 is the more exact designation of the generation of engine. So B6 D4 would be the 3rd or 4th generation of the B6 engine.
Said,
and
how much harder is it to pull auto vs manual Festiva?
Way harder. Auto sucks.
yeah,
If you have a 1.4 liter, it's actually just a 1.3 liter with a different badge on it. If you go find the actual specs for a B3 D4 or B4 D4,
said, these I got from Harley's Ford Festiva repair manual.
yeah, that's not an OEM manual. They're pulling numbers from wherever they're pulling them from, which isn't correct. If you get an OEM service manual, you'll see it should list the 1.4 liter as 1,300 and like 20 something cc. It's just a B3 with a different name. There's no different parts that make it a 1.4. It's just a renamed B3 for European commissions, because if it's over 1.3, you have to round up instead of rounding down for their naming convention. And it's not a B64. The aftermarket manuals suck. In the U.S., we have Haynes manuals. It's not worth the paper it's printed on. It's toilet paper. They're garbage. It's all based on the Aspire, or in your case, the Abella, or the 2nd Gen Festiva. And they have a little side note saying, here's how it works for
Australia said, I also have a manual for the entire Festiva.
Are you talking about like a shop manual?
The Royal
That might
Australian
actually be worth something.
said. It lists it as well.
Yes, just because it says 1.4 does not make it a new engine or different parts internally. You'll have to find your factory service diagram that actually lists the exact number of cc's that engine uses. It would be the same as the B3, which is 1,300 something something.
That was. Yeah, I mean, I say we just change it out.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
Your torque converter should be good. That should also take care of your leak. Alright, where is it? Oh, there it is.
Don't you have you got like a housing for the back of the bulb, right? That holds the bulb.
Royal Australian said.
Don't you sell those?
The manual for my car for some dumb reason lists all of them for the Australian market.
Don't you sell something for the back of the light housing too?
Yeah, the retainer ring.
Yeah.
Yep, here says the standard issue where the fingers are all just cracked off.
Yeah. So we'll add that to the to the parts list. That one stays intact.
Yeah, that one's actually
But
looks like they're all still there.
Look at the front down there. That's where you can
Oh,
actually
yeah.
tell that it was
For sure.
it.
Yeah, that's a pretty good fold right there. But whatever they did to pull it back straight, at least they got it aligned enough for your alignment to work, I'm assuming. Your caster might be off on this side, but that shouldn't change. I mean, it shouldn't hurt much, especially not for a daily auto. That would explain what broke your battery mount too, because the battery mount's there, and on this very bent hole here. So when I got crunched, I'm sure it cracked that battery tray a bunch.
Yeah. All right, so you guys got that. We're gonna swap the transmission.
All right, so I guess we will clear off some space over here to do our engine stuff, and we'll also look at our reseal valve.
Oh my God! I said it right off.
Right. Where do you want it? You want to smooth it, slide all this over there?
Yeah, let's put that in the table. Keep it safe.
That's smart to keep the lid zip tied to the trash can so you don't lose them like me.
Yeah.
Royal Australian
Michelle's that idea.
said. I will stick with what the Australian emissions standards tells me, which is to A. Do my research in said country's market for repair guides, and B. Comply with said standards in doing so.
Yeah. So I didn't tell y'all this earlier. I actually bought the stud conversion instead of having the bolts, and I like the I like the little oil-based looking Mishimoto lugs for it. I think it looks good on the car.
I think the neochrome looks really good on the light.
But don't do what I did and leave the Loctite for the studs still wet when you put the wheels on. They were a pain to get
Royal
out.
Australian said. Harley's Festiva manual, by the way, is $69.95 Australian.
When you say it's the manual, or is it the same? Like, is it the actual shop manual, or is it like from the factory? Because there's multiple different types of manuals. I learned when I was working on Mustangs. You've got like what's the Hayes version. That's just for every Joe Blow in a garage, and it doesn't really work that well. But the one that's actually for the shop
Australian
guys.
said. I found it online. I could also have misremembered the name too.
So wait, so you're using the free online Haynes manual? That's like the worst manual made.
So go to the Festiva store, and you can actually download that's the PDF.
Yeah, and it'll be slightly different for our emission standards, but it's the same engine. I might have the Australian manual.
Australian said. Shop manual with actual factory data including part number.
Yeah.
Chunk this layer said. Hey, can we turn the chatbot down a click?
I'll have to let Will do that because I don't know. I think he went to go see if he's got the manual. See if he's got any electrical tape for that.
Australian said, I never a free manual online, just FYI, it's not free to read.
You talking about the PDF on the Festiva store? I know is like you can download it. It says it's got a price, but it doesn't. You just download it.
Australian said, I never found, pardon me.
Oh, you never found it. I'm assuming you're on the forums since you saw this. Do you have access to the Festiva store? If so, just search manual there and you can see the PDF.
Australian said, nope.
Okay, so I think the forum, guys, if you're in chat, you can correct it. I think it's just festiva.com on Facebook. And that should be the Festiva.
Australian said, I wasn't referring to that either.
Okay.
Australian said, I was referring to Google.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Dogs are back.
What's up, Maverick? Let's go. Hey, buddy. I'm sure if I pet you with greasy hands when your mama gets home, she won't appreciate that.
Hello.
Australian
So are they
said,
all angled back like this?
it looks so roomy in there, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Like, is there always an angle?
Usually, I wouldn't say only that much, but these top brackets might just be offset a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say
Give
this
it an
whole thing
illusion.
is pushed back a little bit because somebody's pushed your latch out to catch, so this should be flat. So
Okay.
this whole thing's probably pushed back about a half inch.
Well, it's yellow too. I wonder if this car was originally yellow.
You can have to check. Color code for Aqua should be SE.
It doesn't seem like it because it's. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
it was.
SE. It's Aqua. So
Okay.
It has been repainted though, because Aqua did not have clear coat, and this does have peeling clear. So it was an Aqua car. A lot of the front end apparently was yellow, and then I think they probably resprayed the entire car when they attached to the front. But it should not have clear coat.
Okay, so it looks like they might have replaced the cross member at least. This fender, or the radiator support. Sorry, not the cross member.
Where did I put mine? Oh, there it is. It's factory color over here.
Yeah.
So I wonder where they omitted the blend switch.
I mean, unless they just replace this whole.
It goes down to here too. So there's yellow. There's the paint right there.
Yeah.
And then over here, where it scratches behind the Aqua, like right there, that's back to the standard primer. So yeah, somewhere between here and here, they did a cut and match on it. But they grounded all pretty flush. I can't see exactly where the seam was, but yeah, somewhere in here. They welded
Maybe
it.
right here where it's actually starting to peel. That's
That's where it's
probably
thick.
the break point.
It is pretty thick right there. There's a dent right there from Bondo. So yeah, right in here, they patched all that. So probably all the way down to here is also put in the yellow car. Yeah, this eyeliner is also yellow.
Yeah.
So they cut the whole corner off the yellow car and patched it in. So I wonder if that's what all of this seam sealer is then. This might be from they're trying to cover their weld job in here. That's probably all that is. So they probably cut it right here and try to weld that. Yep, there's the old metal. That's not supposed to be an overlap right there. So that's all from the yellow car. Just cut it straight, this whole corner out, replace the whole corner, and then paint that fender to match. because that's yellow in there too.
I see the back of the housing. Yeah.
I'm guessing it's probably the same deal for
Right here. Looks like that. Is that normal seam right there?
Yeah, that one's factory. And then this, all this is still factory because you can see like the brush mark on it. Up to where this edge is. That looks like new paint though, kind of filled in right here. So I bet somewhere in there they cut it.
It looks like a lapse. A lap right there. Yeah, right there.
Oh yeah, and then they left the ground, so your ground cables are all painted aqua down in here. So they left all that in when they painted it. Yeah, so the whole corner can be replaced at some point. For a yellow car too, which is funny to have this rare of a color and then patch it with an even rarer color. And there's all your oil.
Yeah, it was blowing pretty good before.
So probably we'll scrape all that out with some rags and then maybe clean out some of the cat too, to keep it from getting too smoky in there.
I'm probably gonna replace the exhaust on it. When I'm kind of like accelerating, you can hear a little bit of a rattle inside there. So I'm assuming the cat's gone.
If it sells the factory resonator, yes it does. So it's probably the factory resonator. Yeah. The factory resonator, it rusts inside, and it's like just a straight through res, so it's got a tube in there. When it rusts, the front of the tube falls, and the entire inside tube just.
That's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah,
it sounds
it's
like the metal's just sitting there rattling.
Yeah, so it's your factory resonator down this middle. You'll want to keep the downpipe and the cat, because all the systems that we can get are cat back.
Okay. Australian
well, once you take the
said,
cat back off,
if not European, Australia made its own engines. We made the 1.4 liter B6D4 by copying how the 1.3 liter B3i4 was made. We made the Stroker 3.8 liter V8, and also the...
I will believe there's a 1.4 liter B series engine if you give me a part number for the new pistons, or the new block, or the new rods, or the new crank, whichever one they change to get the new displacement. But unless you have like an actual part number from a diagram from Mazda showing that you can order those 1.4 liter parts, it is almost certainly 1,323 cc rounded up to 1.4 for the sticker. But I'm willing to be wrong if you have part numbers. Oh yeah, your mount also lost a OL nut. Alright. At least the mount's good. Normally this rubber just tears in half, and the ones from the auto are almost impossible to find. So the fact that yours is still here
Australian
is fantastic
said,
news.
For a liter Barracuda single or double overhead Kim inline 6-cylinder.
That's the transmission unit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, so that's the
But
stud
it's
goes
welded
to the
in
back.
place.
Yeah, so that's part of the thing. So the stud goes down into there, and this part bolts to the trans, and the front one goes through these two holes. I say two, one's covered in debris. There's a hole there and there for the front mount to go down into.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Shot back in. I don't know, there's some other little miscellaneous nut right there that was laying up in here. I don't know what that was for. That one.
Yeah, I have no idea. Not much that uses a nut up top of the factory. At least not an M6 nut like that. I would say somebody added something somewhere.
It was probably what they previously had for the radiator holding it in, because remember that one side was zip tied or something?
That would make sense.
And that fan was, I couldn't find another fan to replace it, because the fans on these, they push, right? Or do they pull?
It's a pull. Backside pull thing, yeah.
Okay. So I went and I was going to replace it. O'Reilly's just, they didn't have anything that would work.
Yeah, the universal fans also, since you're not ducted on the edge, they don't do nearly as good of a job as the stock ones. But the stock, there's like two companies that still make the stock one. A brand new radiator on eBay is $42 right now, and a new fan is $70. You can still get the motors on occasionally, but it's like still $50 for the motor. So I save all the stock rats and fans I find for that reason. And this doesn't look too dented up. The fence, I see some fins dented, but I don't see anything that looks like a hole. So I bet you could reseal this and charge it up, and it might just work.
Australian said, okay, you are from America, so naturally you wouldn't know, but I can understand that. The B6D4S data, which can be accessed from Mazda or Ford Australia, cannot be found because it's archived.
All the information I find for any Mazda stuff is international. I can go pull up the specs for an Australian B3 right now and show you that up until 99 they are 1.3 liters. Badges of 1.4 for compliance, but still the same block, the same pistons and part numbers. I think you won't believe me from the data sources I pull. I promise you the data is still out there. Mazda does not just delete this data. Marsuk has it. Amiyama has it.
I did check.
Mazda JP still has it. It's still there. You have to look for it, but I promise you it's still there. It's not easy stuff to find. That's why I run the store in the first place. There's a way to find the hard to find parts. You just have to be willing to pay for to find it.
Said, I gave them a phone call.
Calling the dealer, they won't help you either. I live in America. If I call a dealer in Mazda asking for parts for a Ford Festiva, they laugh at me and hang up the phone. They're not going to help. You have to find sources that still have this information archived, available, like somewhat searchable. It's hard to find, but it's out there.
Let's call them live.
Yeah, I called them just asking for a key, and they said no. I said, all right, fine. Can I have this part? Like, that part doesn't exist anymore. I said, all right, fine. So I ordered it online, had it shipped to them from a different dealer, and they're like, oh, hey, that part showed up. We still have it in the system. I'm like, yes, I know. I told you that last time, but they're not really, they don't care. They don't make money on old stuff like this. They don't make money selling parts over the counter, so they're really not inclined to help find stuff this ancient.
Australian. Said, and they replied that this data was archived.
Mazda says yes, the data is archived. It's not. If you have somebody that actually works at Mazda and can pull up EPC, all EPC still has the part numbers and the data available. You just have to have access to EPC, or you have to have access to the paper catalogs. I have the entire Japanese Festiva paper catalog of all the part numbers, but again, it's the same thing I already said. It'll show you that the part numbers for the B3 or the 1.4 liter are all the same.
Said, Ford Australia this is.
It doesn't matter who you ask. The engine was still made by Mazda in Japan or by Kia in Seoul if it's Avella-based for the later B3s. They were cast locally in Korea. They were assembled in Kia, assembled by Kia in Korea, then shipped there. There's not an Australian-derived B-Series engine.
Oh, you see the whoever I got it from had one of those suction cup rear views on it.
That happened to the one in the Sonoma. It like the sticky kind that kind of gels and also suctions.
Mm-hmm.
And then one day I came outside and there was a weird line. Like, did my windshield crack? The gooey gel melted and dripped all the way down. There's an outlet in between the dash and the glass. There's a puddle of this nasty goo.
It's terrible. I used to use this dash cam, a Baba dash cam, in case, in addition to being a truck driver, I'm also a PI, like a private investigator. And I use these Baba dash cams, and they did this. They just melt like crazy, and it's terrible to clean off.
Yeah, it's nasty. Alright, I guess we'll grab some rags and manually scrape some of that stuff off your cross member. We can also unbolt the cross member and pressure wash it, which I normally end up doing. But at least
that actually unbolts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also have new bushings for those on the store, where it actually bolts to the body. I have all the replacement bushings from Mazda for those still.
Okay.
I guess we might to drop it. We also drop the sway bar. If we drop the sway bar, I guess we're kind of wanting to anyway to do the bushings, so might as well drop it all. So yeah, from underneath, 14s that hold the sway bar up front on each bracket, and once those are down, the sway bar drops down. The cross member comes out with 17s front and rear, 2 in the front, 2 in the back.
You said 17s on the back?
Yeah, so 17 front and back of the cross member, and then 14s. You need the 14s first to drop the sway bar down.
Okay, 14s first.
So it should be, yep, there you go. That should take care of those. Okay.
Do we need to pivot?
Probably straight on. Leave that back to your trans. I'll put my gloves back on. I'm touching all this stuff. Alright, 14s.
Said, okay, well, if there is no Australian engines derived from overseas productions, then the information I have read online is of no use to you.
I would have to agree with you there.
They replaced this side with 17s.
Probably when they're dropping it down to do the core support stuff. Or if they messed the studs up too, then.
That's probably.
That's still the right stud. Alright, yeah, so you have some random nuts laying around.
So there's both sides.
It's crazy. Because that's specialty hardware too. To get a 17 JS bit on an M14 is a very specialized nut.
Australian
Cars would have had to
said,
spec.
It only affects us in Australia.
We'll just have to agree to disagree then. I can promise you there is no special block that's 1.4 liters.
Oh yeah, look at those bushings, man.
Oh yeah, that one is.
That's pretty right there. And then you said 17s on the back.
Yep.
Well.
So 2 up here, those 2, and then following it back 2 more that hold the whole crossbar.
Australian
Drop down.
said. Moving on then to something funny. It would be hilarious if my car ate a B18B had a Civic engine. Chunk this later, said. Chatbot a little on the loud side on our end of the stream.
That's right.
Oh, is it?
That's right. Sorry, I meant to tell you that when you were inside, they asked if we turned chatbot down.
Yeah, that's a first, because normally it's hard to hear the chat bot. So there you go. That should be a little quiet on the chat side. Well, there's what's left of one of the bushings. It's mostly intact. I can't get any light on it. The edges are pretty shot, but still there at least.
Australian said. 1.6 liter, I think.
Oh yeah, this one's toast. Let's see if the camera will actually, if I stand in front of it, will it focus on it? Yeah, there. That's supposed to be one solid bushing. It is completely torn in both directions, just absolutely peeling apart, completely dried up. That bushing is shagged. So we'll definitely replace those while we're in here.
Oh. Really not. That one's toast. Is there a collar in it?
It's supposed to be, yeah. Put that on both sides. Oh, it's still in the bolt.
Australian
Oh, okay.
said.
Do they make
Maybe.
these?
I am not sure if I will go with a 1.6 liter.
I have those new.
Oh, yeah, those.
So yeah, those are the front ones. I have those new from Mazda.
Oh, perfect.
And I also sell new bolts for the rusted out stuff, but your bolts look totally fine. As I would expect.
Look at all that oil buildup, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been leaking heartily for a while. Alright, save the important bits here. We'll take that outside, and I think I might order pizza for lunch, and we will get the second camera set up for our engine reseal. Getting a Honda, any B series Honda stuff to fit in a Festiva is a huge pain.
Australian said. What would you swap the engine with?
For Festiva swaps, I keep it in family. Always keep it with a Mazda B series. That way your transmission still lines up, your axles still line up. You're not doing a bunch of custom axle work or custom transmission adapter work. Preferred engine in the U.S. For my side of things would be the B6T, which is 1.6 liter dual cam turbo, or the BP, which is the 1.8 liter B series, dual cam as well.
Ooh. Yeah, they're just kind of just disintegrating. There's no even pulling out if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But you said it was only the back end that has the collar.
Yeah, on the back of his sleeve. Which I also have new ones of in case, but yours, once again, looking fine. All your metal stuff looks great. Just what time for some new rubber. And then trying for me to figure out how to get my second microphone going correctly without that.
Australian said. Wait, what? I wasn't keeping the transmission.
It doesn't matter if you keep the transmission or not. If you're going with a Honda engine and then you match it to a Honda transmission, physically it's longer, so it's hard to fit the
Australian
rails.
Said. I was going to swap that as well.
Right, but then now you have to reroute your transmission cable to make it, if you're using a hydraulic transmission, now you're doing an adaptation to hydraulic trans. If you're doing a cable, you're making a custom transmission cable for the new transmission. You're going to need custom length axles made up for the new transmission. You're going to need to make up your new wiring harness from scratch, basically bottom up. You're going to have to wire that in to work somehow with the stock instrument cluster. You're going to need to get the ECU from the Honda going. It's just a ton of work for not much benefit when Mazda already makes better, more powerful engines that bolt straight in.
I'm assuming they have access to those same Mazda engines in Australia.
Yes, and they actually have better access. They have the B5 we can get. It's a 1.5 liter, and they got it both in single cam and dual cam.
Australian
1.5 dual cam
said.
B5D is pretty nice.
My car currently has a 3-speed auto.
Right, but if you wanted to do a manual swap, it would still be better to put in a manual that bolts into the car. So the stock 5-speed E-Series transmission or the beefier 5-speed G-Series transmission from Mazda, both of those bolt in and don't require custom axles. All the standard axles bolt straight in. They work directly with your hubs. There's no custom wiring needed. There's no custom pedals needed. No custom linkages needed. It all is a bolt-in affair. That makes it a much nicer swap. The best way to do a Honda swap is to buy a Honda. If you want to do a Honda engine, then you should, like, you know, get a hatch Civic, keep a B18 in that, and you just still have a lightweight hatchback that's B18 powered.
Does who's got some videos of the V6T running? Like, do you have some on your page?
Charlie is the one that races his professionally, and his current setup is a B6T hybrid engine. He's at 420 horsepower right now on that. So, but his is a little different. It's like custom bottom end stuff.
Australian said,
Not a lot.
I am sure I can get a custom trans made to fit the Honda engine. The Royal Australian said, well, to fit in my car this is.
You can have custom anything made. It's thousands of dollars and a ton of work for no benefit. I mean, what's the point? If your B18 makes 120 horsepower and your B6D makes 120 horsepower, you should use the engine that fits instead of spending, you know, $15,000 on a custom trans and custom axles and custom wiring. You can do anything. I mean, the sky's the limit. As long as you have enough fabrication time or money, you can make anything fit anything. I wouldn't though, but sure, you could. You spend the money, you totally could.
Australian
By the time you do that,
said,
you've got to redo the whole
drag
suspension.
racing for the win, beaming face with
Yeah,
smiling eyes,
you're
beaming
doing
face
a
with
whole-
smiling eyes.
A whole custom trans setup at that point. Let's see, which mic?
Yeah, you're gonna need some different axles for sure, because they're not gonna tolerate. I think that's a lot of the major thick stuff.
Microphone test.
I'm pretty sure yours would be like scrappy. I think that's a lot of the major thick stuff.
The Royal Australian said, the Royal Australian 64 was not
let it
common
go.
here in Australia.
Microphone check.
Microphone check.
Alright, that's fun.
Said, Royal Australian, I have an engine for you. 1984 Honda V65 Magna, 1,100 cubic centimeters shaft-driven motorcycle 6-gear, about 120 horsepower V4. Australian said, okay, that's going bad.
Okay, now the second microphone should be up and running.
Australian said, the bot going haywire in the background this is.
It is the dual microphones. So he's trying to set up the one for the second camera, which is what you guys are looking at now. That's the engine that we're going to refresh. And the one that was in the garage facing the car was going crazy.
Yeah, I don't have a good way to monitor my mics yet.
Australian said, "Okay, coolio."
All right. Pizza time. Hi, puppies.
Slayer said, "I have a 1.3 block from this new parts car. Pretty sure just under 70k miles."
Is it a bare block or does it actually have stuff in it? Because rings and stuff are the hard part to find for us, or quality rings. Get 'em. Go get 'em. Puppies.
Slayer said, "Pretty sure it was a runner." Slayer said, "Guy pulled head and that's on eBay right now."
Nice.
Australian said, "Huh, that's more mileage than mine. It has 63,000 plus or minus miles." Australian said, "The goal is to more or less get my car back on the road."
Well, hopefully you find somebody that can do a head job decently for a decent price, because the stuff you were saying earlier sounded just way too much. I mean, hopefully you find somebody that can do it for a reasonable amount. Alright, pizza's ready to pick up at 12:45. So I guess we'll go ahead and fire up the pressure washer and see what we can clean up on the donor. Alright, we'll switch to camera 2, which should now have a functional microphone. We'll talk about our swap engine. That block, not that one.
Go scrap. It's just in the way.
away.
Well, don't do what I did. Actually, make sure you take it to a scrap meet to give you something for it. I took a bunch of parts from the semi truck. I ended up having to pay to get rid of them. I was like,
Really?
That, oh yeah, that was terrible.
Oh.
Such a waste.
All right, so here it is. There's our donor B3. Allegedly has, you said 90 something thousand
Yeah,
on
I
it?
think they said like 96,000 miles on it.
That's not bad at all. So, what I'll have you do the
Australian.
stuff
Said,
is,
I only have a ruler, which if you think about it is more than enough to determine the flatness of the head. If I can see under it, then there's something wrong.
we'll have to pull all the intake stuff off plastic-wise. We'll go ahead and take off our thermostat housing since we're replacing that. And I would probably go ahead and take off the exhaust manifold. The gasket's reusable. The only hard part is getting the heat shield off with the bolts. Obviously that one's rusted away, nothing. That one's gone. So you're probably pretty close to be able just to get the pry bar in here and pry the heat shield off. Since that bolt and that bolt obviously we're just lifting the grab onto. So if we can get that off, we can finish cleaning the rest of the oil stuck down the galley, spark plugs and stuff, and whatever oil's back here. And then we can replace your cool pipes. We can take him off. We can take
Australian.
and
Said,
take all of your
It
bolts
would
off.
then just a blown head gasket.
Then we can really get in here, clean it once more pressure washer. That way we have a really clean area. The seals are going off. We can really get in there and clean, replace those seals easily. So yeah, for this point, we're just de-dressing this engine and pressure wash that as well. Get it looking nice and clean, and then we'll replace all the seals out here. All right. So yeah, I guess I'll bring the tool cart out and we can just start taking off all the bits and pieces.
Australian. Said, it would be more than just a blown head gasket, pardon me.
Alright, so there's your heat shield removal tools.
Heat shield removal. Yeah.
And I think the cart should be ready.
Yeah, look at how those are just pulling through.
Yeah.
Slayer.
Rust on those is,
Said,
you don't clean it
Royal,
from the heat.
just copper gasket, spray it and slap it together, it will probably run fine for a while.
Just in time for some rain.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
If it does start to really rain, I'll get the easy F out.
Oh yeah.
You can also bring the engine inside. It's just once it's in there, it's kind of hard to clean it back off with the pressure washer.
Oh no, I was mostly talking about.
I don't like that. Should be okay. I hate the rain. I hate standing in the rain. It bothers me. What do we need? We need some impact. We need some sockets. Extension probably. Where is the impact?
Australian. Said, there is just one problem. I haven't got the head off yet, which, as said a while ago, I have to remove the engine from the car first. Alex Edwards. Said, nice.
That would be my brother right there.
Alright, there's sockets, the extension of the baby impact. Should take off basically what you need to take off from this point. Just lay your bolts over this corner. If we lose some, we're going to get some of those. It's not a big deal because I know what all the bolts are. And also, your current engine still has everything bolted on it. So
Nah, I didn't have any of these because they're in my basement somewhere.
sure. And I've got more of those. I've got brand new N6 hardware with everything. I bought like 400 of each size, 10 mil long, all the way up to like 40. Since I use it and I've used it so much. And that gives me a second to go feed the dogs. Hungry?
something as rusted through as this is, it's kind of crazy that it's not coming off.
Australian said, "Time to complete my business plan while I listen to this stream." Chunk this layer said, the bolts?
Yeah, no, we can't access the head on them because it's so rusted there's no head left to grab hold of. So that's why we're trying to just rip it off. Yeah, I thought the same, but if I can get one out, I'll show it to you. Like the housing right here even is just rusted through.
Slayer said, "Weld something onto bolts."
Yeah, that would be optimal.
We just cut it off instead.
Slayer said, "Or one of those grip sockets."
The grip socket will not do it on this. These are long and gone.
Yeah, he was saying weld something to it, which
all well. He's had to pick one of those remove like gripper type sockets, but there's not a bolt for the grip socket. I've tried that.
yeah, there's no real good way of showing somebody how bad they really are unless you zoom in on it.
From me. The Royal Australian said, "Oops, the camera toppled over."
Of course. Alright, now it should pop off.
Chunk this layer said, "You ain't telling me shit."
So you said just take the whole manifold cover, all the plastic and rubber
Yep.
off, right?
I'll see if the camera will actually focus on it. But that little chunk right there is all that was left of the bolt head. That's supposed to be a 10 mil bolt. The base of that is maybe 9. The tip has gotten down to 8 from rust. So there's the welder would have worked, but there's no socket that can undo those. They're also fused to the actual cast manifold. But Grinder took short work of it.
I'm gonna grab those pliers too for all the little clamps. Yeah.
All down, pipe sets are still intact. It's great news. That's what you can see on the block where you're supposed to have your VIN stamp.
Oh yeah.
And yours is just
So this is original engine. So you're saying the ones that were
if
the
you
ones that don't have a stamp are likely factory replacements.
right. So if you ordered a block moving forward in '99, it would come unstamped. Occasionally, some late blocks have it stamped up here on the ear up here, and the B6s all have it that way. Most B3s don't though. There's a chance that one's stamped up there, but we'll see when we take the.
So you used to take the pulleys off and then the housing for time belts.
Yep. Yep, and the pink pulleys is the large nose. To get the full pulley off, we'll have to get 21 and undo the whole bolt. It'll come off later. But yeah, once you get that one off, then you get that timing cover off. Then you get the pulley off, you can get the lower timing cover off. And there's a secondary pulley type thing behind the nut. It'll see what's goes off. Seems like I might move the thing out. Or I'll move this over here for now.
That timing cover is actually intact.
A rarity.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll grab the pizza.
Alright, you said 21 on this, right?
Yep.
Surdiek said, "Hello, Will. Chunk this layer." Said, "Do you have a set of Irwin bolt extractor sockets? You hammer it on the bolt, then you can snap the head off and move on to drilling and tapping the broken shank."
Impact sockets.
Surdiek said, "Booganuga."
We're looking for reducer. Hate to use a non, but let's see. Actually, that looks like a reducer right there.
Surdiek said, "Now."
See if you've got a PV blaster sitting somewhere.
Surdiek said, "Come over here and check this quick."
So the bottom timing pulley. Great. Great.
Surdiek said, "Does he have a small torch?"
I don't know. He went to go get some pizza real fast. I'm checking to see if maybe he's got some PV blaster laying around. WD won't do much. Now I can't even remember all the things he said to take off. I think he said to take off the
Surdiek said, "If you could get it hot, then hit it with wax or WD. It should soak in deep."
Yeah, I sprayed it with a little WD. I use a lot of PV blaster at the house though.
Slayer said, "Comma WD. Won't do. I like that."
I'm gonna move this and hope he doesn't say anything because
Nicholas
it's
Surdiek
starting to rain.
said, rolling on the floor laughing.
Yeah, I know, right? We did everything inside and now it's starting to rain. He's got a tent somewhere, but I should have asked him before he left.
Slayer said, "Bring that inside."
Yeah, I know, right?
Slayer said, "You can blame me. I say do it."
Yeah, I will. I'll tell him. He's not going to say anything.
Carol 2 said, "Sadly, I haven't been to Will's in a few weeks to know where his tent is."
I know, this is my first time here. I was pleasantly surprised at how much space he has to actually work on things. But it's alright. We got it. We're out of the rain. This man knows his stuff, though. My garage, even though it might look like a mess to somebody walking in here, my garage is a lot worse than this. If my wife's still watching, she can
said,
validate
"I'll
that.
be there in November for the AC video. Smiley face. We are putting a kit on my 89.
Yeah, that's
Brian
what
Carroll 2 said, "I've been rebuilding my Subaru after my oil pump failed. Not a lot of time to help with Festivus."
Yeah, Will was talking about y'all's AC. So I don't
Brian
know if
Carroll 2
you were in here earlier,
said,
but
"At Nicholas is Bill able to make it down?"
the AC on this car is not currently working, but I know that by the summertime I'm going to want to put it on because, I mean,
driving this car with no AC is going to suck. Again, unfortunately it's not for me, it's for my daughter.
Said. He said he should be. We have it planned, but it's still TBD due to Helena.
Yep. Ooh. That bad boy needs some TLC.
Surdiek. Said. PST show us that unit quick. Nicholas Surdiek. Said. The Festiva, of course.
Oh, the whole car? Look how bad that's all gummed up.
Surdiek. Said. Yes, smiley face.
Well, the whole car, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure how to mess with the equipment other than just to move it around. Because it's attached to a couple different things. But I'll spin it just so you can see the car again. So we have the axles out, we got the sway bar disconnected, engine transmission pulled out. If you're just joining, we actually decided we're gonna use a transmission that Will has because we can't get the...
Surdiek. Said. She's beautiful.
Thank you. My daughter was watching earlier and she said she likes hearing that everybody thinks the car's cool. Which, it's hers, by the way.
Carol 2. Said. What's your issue with your automatic transmission?
We can't get the axle stuff out of the transmission. We tried with an axle puller, and I slammed on it multiple times. We just couldn't get it pulled. Which he said is a notorious problem for him. Either it's probably because it's an aftermarket one and the clip is seized up inside. They told me to move it inside, Will.
Surdiek.
Probably a good idea.
Said. Will.
Hello. Hello. I'm back. Bearing pizza. I've got Propel that's not cold, and then there's cold water, and there's plenty of cold Diet Mountain Dew.
Said.
Sorry.
Let's see the puppy's nose since Harvestiva.
Oh yeah, puppy cam. Hang on, I'm gonna get lunch set up, and then I'll get puppy cam set up.
Surdiek said, "Is that the coppery from up here by me, Will?"
No, the mother trucker didn't text me back. He kept saying like, "Well, I'll have to wait for my buddy. I gotta wait for my buddy." My dad had the trailer loaded up and ready on Sunday, and then I told the guy like, "It needs news," and then he never got back to me. If it's already, I hope it's not already sold, and I still want to go get it, but I guess we'll see.
Surdiek said, "It's still up, I can get it if you want me to." Brian Carroll too said, "When's the next podcast?"
Next podcast? I don't know. I guess we need to have a guest. Really, that's all we're waiting for is another person willing to come on and do it. I haven't like sought out another guest recently, but that's just because the podcast wasn't very popular. It's not a ton of views for the amount of work that goes into it. But honestly, it's not a ton of work, especially if there's not a ton of editing involved, which makes it nice. So yeah, if somebody has something like they really want to talk on the podcast, a good topic that lasts an hour worth of discussion, Festiva related, let me know. We can make something happen. The same goes to you, Brian. If you want to be on the podcast, we can talk about Subaru things and Festiva things and how you ended up on this Festiva journey. But yeah, it just comes down to having guests that have time. Wow, this pizza is like wildly hot. If you're into very hot lunch, this is your time to shine.
All right.
I microwave things till it's just edible type of person. I don't have patience for food.
I don't really like pick and choose. It is what it is. If it's out of the fridge, it's
Surdiek
fine.
said, "What are these seats right there, Will?" Brian Carroll too
Uh-oh.
said,
Am I showing off your
"I own a Festiva because it's 10x more reliable than my Subaru." LOL.
Oh, sorry.
Nicholas Surdiek said, rolling on the floor laughing.
Those seats are from a 94 Capri. So the 94 Capri interior is different than all the rest. It's all black and quite a bit nicer. So even though I despise Capris, I'm swapping the entire interior from 94 into my clean 91. That way it'll sell better and look better and be nicer to be inside of as I do videos on it. So I'm saving those for that swap. But they are not good Festiva seats. They are generally just not good seats. They are way too wide. They're way too soft. They're not very bolstered. And the quick tilt mechanism sucks. So I would not recommend them. They are black, which is better than the stock Capri gray.
Oh yeah, this is really hot pizza.
Yeah, and Domino's is really hot like that. It just kind of slides off of it. Michelle is she really needs her food to be 1,000 degrees. I will eat hot dogs just out of the fridge cold. And they come in the bag pre-cooked.
Mm-hmm.
It's like cheap hot dogs actually don't really taste that good. When you get them cold, it actually kind of mutes the factory bad flavor. So it's just good cheap meat. The food for me is all about the taste to effort ratio, which is why I never make my own stuff. I don't cook food because I think a ham sandwich tastes really good and it's fairly easy to make. I take too long to make it. I'm too picky.
Said, "What's the best exchange, or do you know anyone that's tried a set of mini copper seats yet? My sister's seats are about the same size as the Festivas, so I've thought about trying them."
Yeah, I mean, just try it. That's why it's so nice to buy seats when you're at Festiva because they're $10 at the junkyard. The ones I pulled, I don't think I pulled them while we were there at Festiva, but the next weekend, I pulled the...
Surdiek said, "Cooper asterisk."
I pulled those Celica seats. They're actually in the front yard right now. So, are they going to fit a Festiva? I don't know, probably. I'm sure I can make them fit. They look thin enough that it won't be too high. The real issue is when you're trying to make your adapter rails, make sure the seat is not already too tall. So I once made leather heated seats from a Subaru Outback to fit Michelle's Festiva. They are the right width and the right height, but the base, since they were heated and from an Outback, which is kind of like a body lifted car, they're already really tall. So when I made my adapter rails, they ended up sitting like 8 inches off the floor, which is just too much. It was like driving a truck. It was just too tall. So as long as the seat, generally any two-door sporty kind of car is going to have low rails, it'll fit. So Cooper seats, yeah, they'll fit. It'll take a lot of work probably, but they'll fit.
My kids are showing my dog sitting on my son's lap, and they're watching the channel on the big TV, and they're like, "Candace's gonna be so mad."
So when I'm not doing two things like this, recently I've been setting up so that I have that little camera over here, and they lay on the mat that I have down there. So I have a puppy cam. So in the corner, like just on the lower third of the screen, it's just zoomed in. It's just the two puppies cropped out. So I can see me working in the puppy cam with them playing.
Yeah, he was talking about you, Leonard.
Surdiek said, "How hard is it to make adapter rails? Or can you swap over rails normally?" Brian Carroll too said, "Would the WRX seats you have fit? They are super comfy and pretty cheap to get."
Nicholas, how hard is it? It really depends on your skill set and how hard you think welding is. My first seat rails were like one of the first times I ever welded to do the 3K GT seats in V2. It was pretty simple. It was like slightly extended feet in the front. The back left bolt, I left alone actually, just from the 3K GT. It lined up perfectly where I wanted it to be, so I didn't even do anything there. And then the back foot just needed like a 90-degree extension, and that was it. The Subaru seats were way harder. The MX-6 seats in Michelle's Aqua, very hard, because they are too tall. I cut the factory supports out of the floor of her Festiva and made my own floor mounts going up to make those fit. So a lot more work. It wasn't hard, but it was a lot more work.
In theory, if you have the rails from any seat, you could put 2x2 blocks through and bolt them into wherever the holes are in the Festiva. It's going to elevate it, and because then on top of that, you're going to have to bolt, a 2x2 that you're going to bolt the frame or the rails to. So in theory, you can put any seats in any car. It's just, and you don't have to weld if you don't want to weld. I mean, it's just a lot of drilling.
That depends a lot on the angle too. So if I see the front ones, they're like angled 30 degrees. So when you block up from that, the car you came from, it has flat ones. You
Gotcha.
Fit factor in that angle, or if they're less angled, then you have to go from 30 degrees to like a 10-degree foot. And our back ones are flat with one offset from the body just coming in. And if you have a carb car, it goes to the trans tunnel. Or the exhaust tunnel. If you have an EFI car, it goes to the belt holder reel even further back. So even Festiva to Festiva, you can't swap carby to EFI without making an adapter bracket.
Really?
Or, I mean, the holes are all there, but you just need to run the equipment. Because carb cars have manual belts, all EFI, or all 90 plus cars have automatic belts.
So is the rail for the seat, is it the bracket that bolts straight in? Or is the rail,
It's
the rail
where the brackets are welded to the rail.
okay.
So theoretically you could, de-weld and re-weld them because the rails are the same. But it's just, again, it's drilling through these really thick, safety-rated welds and re-welding them somewhere. Festiva rails are also not on the same plane. This is another annoying thing. So like on the Festiva, you have to hold the seat upright. One rail is like an inch higher than the other rail. Most cars don't do that. So when you make your adaptions, one rail usually you space it more than the other side. Because Festiva rails are offset height-wise. But again, it's just a matter of getting it set into place, feeling until it's level, and then welding in whatever metal you want to weld it to make it fit. But it does take like a little bit of thinking, a little bit of creativity, and access to some metal to bend up.
Kids are asking how the pizza is. Go on. That's how good the pizza is.
Oh yeah. The Domino's deals make it totally worth getting Domino's all the time.
You said you can get a drink from the fridge.
Yep. There's on the face of the fridge is water, like ice and water from the fridge itself, and the cups on the top cabinet right next to the fridge. And in the fridge there's cold Diet Dew, and there's I think like a diet orange drink. Since I'm diabetic, all this stuff's diet.
Yeah. That's all I drink anyway. I might not look like it, but it is.
The cabinet to the left of the fridge is where all the drinks are. So there's more options there. Still most of that, but more options at least that are not cold. And also with Propel on the bottom, but actually probably in the fridge.
Water, Diet Dew is perfectly good with me.
Surdiek said, What are the plans with this old B3?
I think it's just scrap. He might take it home for the core charge. I don't know, but as far as I'm concerned, it's scrap.
Surdiek said, what happened to it?
Really smoky. Started losing a lot of oil. Had a bit of coolant start to mixing. Low compression. Was running really rough, and then suddenly it wouldn't run at all. So I'm guessing either bad rings or head gasket between two cylinders. Oh, here's Echo, by the way. Echo. Oh, thank you, thank you. She's so dark, she's hard to see on the camera. But if you look, you should be able to kind of see at least that her nose is a normal shape. Normal for her breed, at least. There we go. Look up. Yeah, that's a good puppy. Obviously, she's also a lot bigger now. Not close to her full size, but still definitely bigger. As you can see, she's now like not as big as my head, but 3 times the size of my head. But she's still a little puppy.
Said, she's massive now.
I can still pick her up and hold her. I can't do this with Maverick. She's a good puppy.
Ugh. You said go ahead and pop the thermostat housing off too?
Yeah. And you can replace it while we're in there, or but at the very least when you get the thermostat out. But I have new housings available. Ow, don't bite my butt. Close that.
Surdiek said, hey, question, are we able to get new PCV valves for the B3S still?
Yeah. Oh, the S? I don't know.
I think it just meant apostrophe S.
Oh, okay.
B3. Yeah, you can still get PC valves new. They're cheap on Rock Auto. They're fairly cheap on AutoZone. Same ones Miata uses. When you replace it though, you'll probably want to replace the valve cover grommet, and that will almost certainly crumble when you try to remove it. So make sure you buy a new valve cover grommet when you do that job. The part number is a little bit hard to find now. It used to be easy to find, but it's a Beckner-only part. I have the part number somewhere. I can pull it out if somebody needs it.
Surdiek said, is that the little rubber thing?
Yeah. The grommet's a rubber thing that goes into the valve cover that holds the PCV valve down. Little rubber donut looking thing.
You know what you should do is you should put together a kit with like all the hoses. Just like one kit for all of them. I mean, I know that there's probably more people who don't want all of it simultaneously. They're just going to replace individuals. But I mean, for instance, if you're doing a swap, you might as well just do everything.
Right. That's kind of what, once I get the radiators and the heater core ones made, I'll be basically 2 hoses away from having a whole kit available. I guess I could probably send them the bypass hoses too and have them make those. Hey, let me choose. I could probably have them make those out of silicone too. The one that goes from the throttle body down to the bypass.
Mm-hmm.
But in all honesty, if those are bad, I would recommend deleting them.
Surdiek
We don't need the
said,
throttle body coolant.
okay, I'm going to see if I can get the new PCV plus the grommet as well as figure out how to move the breather away from the air filter.
The breather tube is what, I mean, I actually found 2 recently. One I ordered off eBay, and one I found at that junkyard that was not bad. Are you looking at getting those remade?
His is carby, so it's a little different.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Let's see if I can find that back on the part real quick. Alright, Nicholas, the Dorman part number for that valve cover grommet is 42330. Actually, I think I would put that in my own chat. If I can find the mouse. Hello? Hello? Oh, there it is.
Industries said 42,330.
Yes, thank you, chatbot. 42,330. So that's the part number for the grommet.
Nicholas Surdiek said, I'm on a Carby swap, so all I have is a filter coming off of it there.
Right. I'm making new bushings for these as well, and the lower ones. I sourced new ones from Mazda, but the ones that gave me to the bottom are actually for the next size up. So if it's like Capri and 323, nobody can find me the OEM ones for the bottom, so I'm going to have to make those myself. These I can make inserts for. Mazda will get me this whole bracket new, which would be nice because they hold water and get rusty. They are $53 a piece. So I figured, yeah, that's my cost. Like for me to sell that, then make money on it, especially after shipping. Like I don't think anybody's going to spend $140 a pair on those. So I best just make the bushing by itself. The lower ones are a little, like to do it right is more complex because they actually have they're metal inside. If you make them out of raw rubber, eventually just the weight of the radiator wants to make them fail. The stock ones, less likely to fail because they have that metal in them. Like right there where those holes are, that's actually the washer that sits on that frame. So that on the outside can't bend. But it's rubber coated and then filled. So to make that from a printed part, you either have to pause the print and insert a washer and then zoom the print, or just make it a lot thicker to try to retain some of that strength that you're losing by not having metal. But people lose these all the time. They don't necessarily go bad once they get lost. I mean, obviously the gears are getting kind of cooked in there, but they still function. It's just holding the radiator up. It's not a huge deal.
Yeah, they just don't fit as snug anymore.
Right.
Instead of it seating down in there,
It
you
starts
just
to fall
drop.
down a bit, so it will sit lower than it's supposed to. That one, obviously, that's you can even see that one's taller than that one. So this corner of your radiator is starting to tilt down. But, so I'm working on that. Super Pro makes those bushings. There's no need for me to reinvent the wheel. I'm also working on design to make mount inserts to make mount stiffer. So instead of like aftermarket mounts, since they have those big air gaps in them, making poly inserts where there's pieces that just fill in the gaps with like little semicircles, and then your big washers hold it in place. That way you now have a solid mount that still has rubber build, so it's still soft and compliant, but not to the point where it's going to break nothing.
I wonder if, because I'm going to say it's Huck Racing that does it for the MR2. They make aftermarket mounts, and they make them in like, I want to say 3 or 4 different style setups so they can polish.
Surdiek said, do you have the PCV part number?
I can get it for you real quick. It's the Rock Auto part.
Yeah, I literally just bought one at AutoZone 2 days ago.
So for us, for Mazda, AWR is like the go-to for aftermarket mounts. It's actually run by a lady, Allie Woodford Racing, is AWR.
Okay.
They do mounts for like tons of Mazda platforms. They don't currently do Festiva ones. I'm sure if I were to ask Allie to make them in bulk for me to sell them to the store, they would be willing to do a run of like 30 or 50. But when you start doing swaps, we make custom mounts for the G series anyway. And when you do the swap, everybody does it slightly differently, so there's no like standard size mount yet. I'm working on trying to make a standardized mount for G series swaps. But since we all use different stuff at the end, it's not really worth me having mounts made because nobody wants performance B3 mounts. It's just vibration at that point. But to fill in the gaps, not necessarily for performance, but just for longevity, because the Chinese ones, they just vibrate and tear pieces over time because they're cheap. So just filling in the gaps so they don't tear as often is nice.
I can't remember what else you said to take off this. Did we?
Lower crank pulley still, the big impact.
Oh yeah.
And then actually take the upper timing pulley as well, just the whole timing belt, all the pulleys related to that.
Yeah, because I tried hammering at it. I sprayed with some WD-40 to try to let it sit.
You can take the big engine mount off the back, or the mount mounts the block, when the alternator and stuff, that whole big thing that your hands on. Yeah, so that whole thing mounts the block with those big 17s. That can come off as a unit, so we can clean the rest of the oil from back there. Just make it nice and clean. Spark plug wires and plugs out, or at least the wires off first. Try to get in there with a brush and clean the oil out from the galleys, and then pull the plugs out so we're not getting dirt down into the plug holes.
Okay. Yeah, because
That's most of the stuff.
I did.
And then valve cover, of course, we do that gasket.
Because I replaced, so on mine I replaced the cap and button inside Obviously, I didn't replace anything else inside there, but new plugs and new wires. So when these come off, it doesn't even matter.
Right.
Although, man, looking at these plugs look stinking new on this thing. Well, obviously, you can't tell the inside, but 17.
All right, Nicholas, I put some alternate part numbers in the chat for the PCV valve itself. Any one of those should be fine.
Industries said PV141V255-6P1098F141.
You got a swivel for the.
I do.
I had to get a reducer anyway to get it.
That's the huge one. Oh, there's the medium one.
There we go. Yeah. Because in order to get back into that one bracket,
Yeah, it gets tight.
I've already got 17 wires. Let's see. What's this one? I have to use a wrench for that one.
Yeah, you can do the 14 and take this support off as well.
Okay.
Probably better way to do it.
Probably easier way. Right.
Everything's good. Support bracket's still there. It's very nice. Oh, we'll make sure they drain the oil out of it too.
Oh, that's
We don't
right.
know if they did or didn't when they had it. So. Yeah, we'll have to take it back outside because that's how much oil built up behind your manifold.
Yeah.
So probably worth hitting out the pressure washer again. And since it's on a stand, you just put it down and drain it back out from the exhaust.
Surdiek said XD clutch kit is the good one, right?
Yes, yes. Always ready for the clutch.
Don't trust South Bend. I don't even know if they make a clutch for this car, but I'm not a South Bend fan after
No?
dealing with it. That Ram,
Mm.
the worst decision I ever made. Well, definitely not the worst, but it was
One of.
one of them.
What else in here needs messed with? Echo, what's that? Can I see it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Why don't you use your stick if you already got it?
Surdiek said, should I get a new flywheel if I'm doing a new clutch? The Festiva is almost at 200k originally miles on everything.
Normally I wouldn't, unless yours is like beyond saving. Normally I just scuff and reuse the old one. But I showed how to resurface it on the clutch change guide video. But if you look at that video and see how I resurfaced that one, that's how I do your current one.
I'm just going to use a wrench to get that last one.
Hi. You're all wet, Bob. You playing Maverick? The Maverick Slobber? Ow. Hey, don't bite.
Yeah. whoever said WD-40 earlier. I'm a firm believer in some PE master, but
Same. Yeah, it's possible to look the block.
can't seem to get in there around this.
We can leave it on
Not
there.
with the impact.
It really just depends if it's unit. Beyond that, it can stay. It's not in the way of anything else.
Get it. Where's that WD-40?
You know, we might just walk on that one.
Oh yeah.
Back on the side real quick.
Yeah, we're right on that.
I wonder, I didn't try
This one might do it.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna try one.
Give it a shot.
So now if we... Thank you.
Right hand ratchet, maybe.
Alright. Thought of my brake for a minute.
Very secure engine mount.
Drain the oil and... Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was a long time. All surface trucks on the idler since it's just bare steel.
Surdiek said, "We should do this on mine, grinning face with sweat, fix all the oil leaks."
Well, you bring it down and you pay me that money and we'll do it. That's only two requirements. This has a replacement water pump and it looks like a replacement oil pump. Somebody's already been in here doing some maintenance oil pump. Normally I try to avoid aftermarket oil pumps. The stock ones are by far the best, but this one's an older aftermarket one, so it should be fine. Yeah, it's really hard to beat them off with oil pumps. And they don't have like wear issues. You don't usually see a low oil pressure symptom from a warm pump.
Okay.
If you have low oil pressure, it's almost certainly something else and not the pump that's causing it.
Put some hose on top of here before we pressure wash it.
Oh, you put an earplug in it. And you plug
a
up
good idea.
holes. Nope, nope.
Take it back outside before we start. Before I take it, I'm gonna take a screwdriver and try to clean all that grime out of there. Should I have left the manifold on here before we started spraying?
Nah, it'd be fine. Any water that gets down to the cylinder when we take it back out, it'll come back out.
Okay.
Minimum amount of there should only be 2 that have exhaust valves open right now anyway. And once we take it back out, the water can back out.
That gasket just, it only had like 2 pieces of it that were intact. The rest of it was just crumbled.
On the exhaust side, I've got plenty of those.
Oh, no signal.
No signal. What are you doing, laptop?
I think,
There we go.
okay.
Maybe.
Saying, I think Maverick went underneath the back side of the table.
Oh, I'm Maverick. He might have caused our camera to not be live. Alright. Not live. Live. Alright. I've also got brushes for the drill to help clean up stuff like that.
Oh. For the actual drill, not the impacts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here it is.
Oh yeah. That seems the things.
3 or 4 of them.
Put this down there along with the soaking that yellow cleaner. Good job. Okay, once you stop raining. Okay, come back inside. This camera's having a hell of a time all of a sudden.
I was about to say we're sideways in there. There you go.
Alright, you guys can see, now you can see, just how much grease there is down here by the crank pulley. This should be all bare aluminum colored like that and clean, and it's very clearly not. So this last washing here should help take care of a lot of that. This would be a good time to paint the valve cover. Well, when you get some of this in your lung and cough from it, you just take that. Hell yeah.
Which one is that?
LA is totally awesome. Just the standard yellow stuff. Get a Dollar Tree for $1 per, I think, $1 per liter.
Do you dilute it? Do you dilute it?
Sometimes, like if I'm doing something that has plastic on it, I will. But stuff like this, I just send it straight here. We took to a lot of stuff I missed too. Well, better. You're right, it really would be a good time to put a good coat on the valve cover. Everyone against you.
Lynch said, "Good stuff, boys."
What's up, Andrew? He follows the page and stuff too. Matter of fact, he's the one who went and picked up the car because his buddy owned the shop that I bought it from.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Awesome. So he transports just like I do. His buddy up in Ohio who sells. I mean, he's got a ton of Mazdas up in the shop, but he buys from the auctions all the time.
pressure washer running nicely is wash your engine bay out. Just as a kind of do it right while you're here type thing. So
That is not a 20
hopefully you don't have to pull the engine and transmission out again for a long time. So this is the opportunity to access all those little spots.
So, how do we want to do that?
I have
You have jacks?
casters, like car dolly casters, put under the front hubs and then roll it back.
Okay.
We grab another cat jug to empty into the pool again.
Samantha, if you're still watching, if you love me, baby. Okay. I was gonna say, if you didn't, I saw a 5-gallon bucket in the back.
Awarded this job at least.
Do you, when you get rid of like your oil, you just take it to O'Reilly's or whatever?
Yeah.
You take like 5 gallons at a time, right?
Yeah. I typically make somebody else do it. So like, any of our local friends come over before I help do all their car stuff.
Yeah.
I say, thanks for, as thank you for letting them use my thing, I make them take all the old coolant stuff with them.
Absolutely.
Works out pretty well.
Yeah, the guys know me because like I go into our O'Reilly's when I change the oil in my my Ram. You know, it's you're taking what 5-7 gallons in at a time.
Oh, yeah.
2.5, 5, 7. I think that's right. My semi truck uses 10 gallons of oil. Good grief. Yeah, that's less than a gallon of coolant.
Yep. Festivas don't use much. Especially like with how much stays kind of in the block. Even with the water pump hose off, there's still a good bit in the bottom of the block.
Put your gloves on.
Idle wheels like tar.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to scour some junkyards for some of these tables now. It's a pretty awesome idea.
Yeah, it's sweet. And they fold flat. They're hardy and they're cheap. And it's way cooler than the fold up table you buy at Menards or whatever, and typically cheaper. Actually, going to skip the caster, push it straight out on the jack for now. Is your e-brake on?
Probably. Knowing, yes, it is.
Alright, we'll try that first, and then we'll see. Oh yeah, that should be perfect then. So I need the caster, just the jack. It's gonna be great.
Slayer said, Festiva, 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 Festiva.
They want that.
I'm gonna have to make something.
Let's see.
So should we come back?
Yeah, come on a little bit. Get another foot, maybe. That's good. I mean, we could. I can move the pressure washer if we need to go back further.
That should be fun.
See how tar looking that oil is? Oh yeah.
The velocity's had a change, huh? Or that one loose bolt up there. No. Just thread it back in, go straight through that where the engine mount goes. Put the new triangle piece up there. Yep. Put that. Put it loose. What's this plate for? So overseas, that's where you'd like to VIN and unity on some of them. Sometimes they're supposed to go the AC harness through. They're in a spot though. But right there, those 4 holes, that's where the ID plate is going. Flat rectangle hole coming. That's where they root off in the VIN. That's the color used to be. And my other favorite feature for Festivas, but it looks like a cheesy sticker, but it's actually very high quality because they all have it and they're also there. You can ask me made in Korea. It's like a fun little made in China. Oh, like, yeah. Somebody told me I had to have it, so they put the cheapest little.
I'll give it to them there. You got to.
But it lasts. Like all Festivas are still there.
So
they
these
never wear out.
all Festivas were made in Korea?
All USD ones, yeah. So Japanese Festivas, which is weird. So in Japan, it was sold as a Ford Festiva. They didn't sell it under Mazda in our home market. They sold it as a Ford in Japan. Those were made in Japan. Most right-hand drive Festivas are actually made in Japan. The Australian market ones, most of theirs are made in Japan. It's right-hand drive. Almost all left-hand drive ones are made in Korea by Kia.
So, did they make a left-hand drive wagon, or are they all right-hand?
LGRNZ said, greetings from a Mazda 121 from Greece.
Greetings and welcome all the way from Greece. Thanks for joining us. Oh, fancy.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get a wagon. I really want to put a wagon, and I want to build the one when we start putting two in up. Yeah. Now, are there any like upgrades for B60? Like, can you build them up, or is
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
plain stock? Was what
Even plain stock is great, but you can definitely build that. So, because the V60 is the same as Miata. The 1.6 Miata engine, the head and block casting is all identical, engine identical. Lennoxes, the manifolds, the oil and stuff, go from front wheel drive to rear wheel drive.
Oh, so
So any Miata car you buy with this, so you can get cams, you can get forged rods, forged pistons, entirely forged bottom ends even.
be prepared. That's gonna.
Like
Well, there'll be some content for the channel.
that V60 back there that I'm building, it has the proper size big turbo. So it's not so big, not dyno peanut, but usable real power that you can put around. That thing, stock internally, will be about 220 horsepower. So DG 25, 54, 10, 15 pounds of boost, you know, 180, 400 pound car. If you get the wagon, just strip it down for race weight, the wagon you buy, you get 2,000, about 1,900. So yeah, 900 pounds, 250 horsepower. That's fine.
Yeah. So sprays kind of good. I do wish they'd done a little better better job with the seams here over here.
And that, once you get the battery out and unplug the harness from that zone, you can get in there a lot easier. So in the future, if you feel like you want to get
Slayer
finished up with it,
said,
straight from there to out,
algorithm.
Yeah, because I want to put an actual battery tray in here too.
Right, what they had was pretty toast.
Yeah, it was. What's he saying?
Algorithm. Algorithm.
Algorithm. You hugging trees over there, man?
You know, Al Gore, the inventor of the internet.
Yeah, of course. Well, we won't be speaking of stuff before we start spraying on everything. Are the hinges notorious with these things for sagging a little bit?
The doors?
Yeah.
Actually, no. They're usually pretty stout.
If you don't really close them, it kind of sags slightly until you.
Yeah, I've only seen like 3 or 4 Festivas with worn out. Like, that's probably the third worst I've seen as far as wear like that. Brian's car, which I own for his, I'm in a car and sold to him. It had one door that was just completely bumped. There had been an accident, so I think somebody kept trying to fix it the dumb way of adjusting latches so that it keeps sagging and like hanging on its own weight wrong. But normally the latches or the hinges do really well. It's not like old S10 and old OG and stuff where you know the hinge fingers, you know, the roads and nothing.
Tape up while we're in here.
Oh, yeah. That's a noise filter for the stock harness. So it keeps the engine distributed noise out of the ECU and out of the radio.
Okay, this is long. Basically, this was a user here before.
Yep, this is a capacitor. Nothing crazy. Not necessary, but you know, when it's there, I'll fix it. Grab the strong stuff. The deadlier stuff.
So my buddies that I that I drive with, they busted me one time. I was ordering from Wendy's, and I ordered a
57 HDH.
biggie bag,
Said,
and I just said it so
Dead ass.
fast that they just died laughing. So now when I ordered, I have to mute them so I can't hear them because they'll be in my ear talking the whole time, and I die laughing. He said, if you're live, say you put the biggie bag.
I think my live must seem very loosely moderated and not filtered. Nobody's accused me yet of doing a pre-recorded show in 10 minutes live.
Oh.
So it must feel very live the way we do it.
Yeah, because you just have you got a 10-second delay on it?
Actually, the actual delay is really low. The reason the chat takes so long is because there's a delay when I speak, then it's like about 2 seconds from to hear what I just said, then they type in the chat message. It takes like 2 seconds for it to show up in chat, and like another 5 or 6 seconds for then the speech thingy to read that, and then say it. So for me saying something to somebody responding is probably 20-second call in.
But having the chat repeat it for you so that you can hear it while you're out here doing stuff is huge. Instead of just, because then otherwise you'll just miss it.
Right. Because then I don't have to check the screen on passing said anything. I have no idea. And people like a lot too. When you're saying something and if you wrote it's out loud, it makes it more engaging for the viewer as well. When the channels get big, that's like one of the things that you pay for.
Yeah, somebody
has a super chat, like, hey, donate $1 and you have to speak read out loud. But I'm not big enough to need that yet. Like when you start getting to be like 1,000 viewers and every time I talk at once, you can make your comment, more heard by paying the extra and having it read. But maybe then it'll get there. I don't know. I doubt it though.
Share the chat with your friends, guys. Share the videos.
I want to put a spoiler on this too.
So hard to find.
Yeah. Is anybody repopping them?
There was a guy, but he fell off the face of the earth. There are quite a few guys in the Philippines, but they didn't ship to the Philippines. I have one for you scanned. I'm working on getting it pretty quickly. I'll do this one later. hit that with the blower. We'll hit the engine with the blower. And then we'll bring the engine in, start resealing it while that thing dries off. Hello, everybody. Hi, Harrison. Glad you're alive. How's your half of Florida looking?
HDH said, fine.
Oh, good.
To be fair, even though that stuff looks sludgy, it doesn't smell bad. That oil.
That's good. No sign of fuel in or anything crazy. Ugh. Just put it kind of where the car was. That'll be our next project.
Slayer said, LOL, I sent that like 10 minutes ago.
Camera 1, please. Ta-da! It's an engine. Beautiful. Alright, well, since we saw how messed up it was in the engine bay, I think what we should do then is finish sealing this up tonight and then look at that closer. Maybe scrape some of the stuff they put on it off. See how welded or not welded it is. If it looks good, just paint back over it, protect it better than they did. And then we'll let that dry overnight. We'll finish putting the accessories on, get the transmission mated up for the new engine, and have it ready. And then tomorrow morning we will just drop it in and plug it in. That should be it. But we want to make sure that that corner looks good now that we see the stuff peeling off.
Full of fuel.
Actually, go back to camera, portable camera for a second. For those who want to see what I'm talking about here, I can unplug it for a moment. But basically down, sorry for the bumps, down on the frame rail, this Aqua was in an accident at one point, so this entire corner was cut out, like up to this edge of the core support, the fender, all the bumper liner, all in there was cut out and replaced with a donor part from the yellow Festiva, and you can see where the frame was a little bent there, and they tried to seam seal their welds. The seam seal was kind of peeling off. Looks like some battery acid might have ate it up a little bit, and there's some rust starting to form on their old welds. So I think we're gonna try to wire wheel all that crud off of there and really assess the condition of that, and then fix it up where need be. It's still very solid. The sway bar is still in alignment, so not a huge deal. I'm not gonna think it's a safety concern, but might as well clean it up.
What is the spray cleaner / degreaser you used? I tried reading the label but couldn't see it clear enough.
Here, 1 second, I'll grab it. Nope, there it goes. Woo. Nope. I hope y'all don't get sick from motion sickness. Oh my god. Come on, motor. Hold. Hold. That's gonna have banging microphone sounds, all sorts of fun stuff going on over here now. Alright, camera. Come on, little buddy. You can do it. Okay. Yes. Alright, so generally for cleaning stuff, we use LA's Totally Awesome. They sell us at Dollar Tree and stuff. It's I refilled this one, but it's a big tub of yellow liquid. It's $1.25 for this size jug at Dollar Tree. Works great. If you need something a bit stronger, but also that smells a lot worse, and you can't really use it in confined spaces, same brand, LA's Totally Awesome, but this one is the orange cleaner. So this one's yellow, this one's orange. They both sold at Dollar Tree. They're super cheap. If you want to degrease stuff like hardcore, don't dilute it, just run it straight. Cover something, let it sit 5 minutes, and then start scraping it off. If you have bare exposed aluminum, especially if it's polished aluminum, you let it sit, it will eat the surface up, and you'll have to polish it and sand it back out. In our case, all aluminum is old and dirty, so it doesn't hurt. But like if you have nice wheels, I would not try to use this as wheel cleaner. It's your warning. Don't use it on shiny, nice aluminum.
Just undid the bolts for the fuel, for the water. I don't know what exactly. I just loosened them up. I don't know where you want to start.
Yeah, that's fine. You can pop water all the way off. Then we'll pull our front seals off, which can be tricky when they get old and hard. Oh, you know what? I have new glasses waiting for me at the eye place. I should go get those.
Ooh.
I got brand new lenses like 2 months ago, and then broke the frame that I had forever right after.
This just looks dirty. A freeze post work.
Oh, really? I think it's just gross. Old and gross. Not rusty in it, though, which is good. Only if I sit this long, it gets really rusty
This
inside.
actually looks like it might be a replacement.
Yeah, it is. Whatever all that number stuff is, that's something new. And obviously, the factory ones isn't RGB like that.
Right.
Yeah, we'll flush your cooling system when we get back in there, too. Hard for new thermostat in. We can also see if we can tap those mount brackets for the AC. If I have the right size tap, I break a lot of my stuff, so I'm just simply using it so much. Pretty sure they're implanted 1.25. Confirm before I start showing tapping.
Before you tap them to the wrong.
They are indeed. 10.25.
Yeah, you can see the gasket sticking out for the back of the.
Do what?
So you can see the gasket sticking out. So this is probably a replacement as well. Next we'll do a new valve cover gasket. Let me see.
Close that back to the cold mud it's getting. Grab a can of everybody's favorite cutting fluid, PV Blaster.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I don't know if he's got any PV Blaster.
Actually,
That's lithium.
yeah, that's the fancy stuff.
That's
Oh,
just like the
nice.
shield.
Sweet.
That you
Yes.
spray over the electrical stuff.
That one is for like if you have bare exposed bolts and such or other stuff like bare shield, that'll do a layer of protection. Make these for you. WD-40 doesn't suck. I think on the porch, like on the corner where it's like the cut corner,
Mhm.
there, or on the edge of the porch somewhere, there's a can of PV Blaster.
Okay.
I think I'm the last good can.
Yeah, this stuff in bright clean. By taste.
Oh yeah. I'm using the drill and tap. I know it's a little dangerous sometimes, but it kind of cans out on its own. It bottoms out. Tells you when to go backwards. Beautiful.
All right. They're just mount supports for the AC stuff, right? Nothing. I mean, it's just bolts threaded in there.
Yep. Yep, bracket for AC, and the top three of the bracket for tensioner. That one is used for the water pump, the water outlet neck as a support. That is an extra brace that goes to the transmission that I often don't put back on cars. And these two are unused on a V3. Mazda also makes an adapter. This is actually, they don't do it this way in the shop. Originally they would have the adapter that bolts to these mounts, or bolts on the back side and holds it on the side to do your work on a stand. Which would be nice. I should make one or buy one day so I could do rear mains without having it. To do rear main, we have to take it back off the stand and have it hanging to reach the seal. Having the correct one alleviates that issue. But also often means taking the intake off, which sometimes I don't do. that's how they would have done it in the shop back then. It's actually not too bad. Once you get past like, that first like super deformed area, it finds natural thread really quick, which is great. A little hard to see. Yeah, that one's got a lot less thread left on it, but it is there. Kind of hold. But another nice thing is the AC pump actually goes all the way up to this bolt. For the oil pump, it actually replaces this bolt. So you have one cross bolt in these bolts, so there's really no way for it to come off this way.
Yeah, so even if that one's not threading down all the way, it's still gonna get
Right, as long as we have like two of these kind of holding that one in there, it'd be totally fine. And the belt, next one's just gonna press the whole thing into the engine to a degree. Looked the worst, but I think I actually capped the best. That looks great. Caveman style, here's my tipper can. Of course, they broke in the way that you can't actually put a tip back on it.
What's the blank plate on the back of the battery here?
So that's what I was telling when the Australian was in here. That's where your mechanical fuel pump would be on a carbine car. So the carb cars have a mechanical pump driven off a lobe on the camshaft that pumps like basically 10 or 5 psi worth of fuel to the engine. For you get body cars though, it's more. So it's got an in-tank pump, all electric that does like 50 psi. But all V3s have the same casting. So same head casting, same block casting, so they just have block off plates for the body cars.
I gotta pop these off of here.
Yep. Yeah, threads. There's some threads. Just weld the cast bracket right to the cast block and call it good. Alright, so we just needed to fix a couple threads on there, so restored those for the AC. Oh, dropped frame detected. Switch back to camera 2 for a second then. We lost some people there. I wonder how choppy it got there for a minute. All right, back on track now. I can try pulling those seals out, and I'm hoping. I'll try it. Usually they're too hard for the picks to do anything. I bought a fancy seal removal tool. Like, oh, this should be perfect for all these hard seals I'm gonna have to deal with. Used it the first time, finally, had a chance to on camera, and it snapped the tip right off of it. So I was like, all right, well, yeah, probably should just go straight for the screw method. So I should grab a couple screws.
Hello everyone, Cowboy Hat Face, how much did I miss?
A lot.
Welcome! Yeah, I guess you kind of missed a lot. Hang on, is the stream dead again? See, on mine it just says loading. Well, we got the car outside, so we cleaned the engine bay out for all its oil, and we have the new engine in here, and we are currently starting our reseal process. So, that's basically where we're at. It's not too bad. You might have missed us pulling the engine out. I don't think it was in record time, but we did it successfully, more or less. We still have an axle cup stuck in this trans, which I think in this case is just going to mean a new trans, because it's stuck in there good. Now carefully put a screw through this seal. Like that.
What do you use, a hammer to pull it out with?
Use a pair of pliers.
Healer
Enough. Should be
said, oh my.
We'll see how many times I have to do that. Yes, oh my, indeed. Alright, there's some hefty pliers.
Oh, that didn't work.
Last one?
Is it?
Ah, there we go. That seal, yeah, definitely had to replace it. You can feel it's nice and hard. Not the worst I've ever had, but not good. Try the same hole again, maybe. Nah, it's just not far enough to the edge. Okay, try again. Here. Those are really in there. Like this one. That's gonna work. I think it's too far inside. And these aren't self-tapping, they're just drywall screws, so usually I get a chance to reuse them. The tip gets too little to drill through the metal.
I always is in there.
Yep. I think I ended up with like 10 or 9 holes in the one I did on the guide video that I recorded 2 weeks ago.
It wants to come.
That one might be claw hammerable.
Yeah, see, it's starting to come out on the side here. It's definitely raising a little bit. Oh. Here you go, here's one more. Are these aluminum heads?
Mm-hmm.
No valve covers, or?
Yep, valve cover head, both all aluminum. Eventually drill enough holes that it bends out.
And my dad used to say, if you can't tie a knot, tie a lot.
And like the real final straw is take the valve cover off, take the rockers out, take the cam out, and then try to push the seal from the inside. That's the final straw, correct way to do it. But we'll see if we have to do that.
I'm going for a record here.
You said the last one you think was 10? Yep.
Who's 3'5"? Is that my wife? 3'5"
That's Harrison
Oh,
down in Florida.
all right, man.
Yeah, I think during the pressure washing, it was quite a show. The angle I had that at when I was walking around it.
There you go. Plumber by trade. You got it?
Baby. So I'm trying to keep the flat with the screwdriver against the cam so I don't tear up the cam. There's a bit of rubber between me and it.
There you go.
And no scratches.
Nice.
Fantastic.
That was.
Look how dried up that is too.
Yeah, it was already
It
trash.
had to have been.
Yeah, look. I mean, you can tell that was cracked already right there.
Yep. And I bet the one in your engine looks very similar to that.
So it's got spring inside of there though.
It's like a little tension spring that
Oh, yeah.
holds the.
You can feel like when you twist it, it just breaks. Like it's completely
Gone.
It's plastic, not any kind of rubber.
Yep, it was toast. Alright. And now I can show off another prototype tool on the stream for the 3 viewers we have. I'm working on OEM style seal installation tools. So these are just like the ones that come in the Mazda toolkit, but a little fancier. And these will let you push on the seal just by using the stock bolts. One for the cam, one for the crank. This cam one's actually the wrong size because I printed it wrong, but we can use the crank one real quick. Maybe. Actually, this is for a small nose. It's large nose. Maybe we can't. I have them all designed. I haven't printed all the test files yet. Yeah, it's for a small nose. It even says it. But pretty soon I'll have these on the store so you can make seal installation super easy. You push it on, you tighten the bolt down, it pushes the seal to the exactly correct spot. Very nice. Let's see if I have a big enough socket. Maybe I don't. Alright, I need somebody here to drop off something. Let me check real quick.
Okay.
But if you want to take all the 10s and do the valve cover,
Okay.
that one you'll probably need the 10, the quarter drive one, to get down into there with the quarter extension. And then you might need to put the crank bolt back in and then rotate the engine. The 2 lifters right here have to be like in the exact right spot for this to clear the throttle body. Normally you would just say take the throttle light off, take the valve cover off, but they stopped making this gasket. Nobody makes it anymore. I have, I think, 2 left, and I designed the file to have them recut, so Steven's working on that, so Festiva store will have the only gasket like this available in the world anymore. But until then, until then, let's without doing that, you have to have the lifters all lined up in just right spot. These two, this side on the intake, those two have to be down to get that to go around it. All right. But yeah, just fuss with it for a minute and see if you can get the valve cover off.
I bet he's getting the other part for his 3D printer that they didn't deliver the other day.
Alright, we got new seals straight from the Festiva store. These are OEM, brand new from Mazda, so these will work fantastically and should give you 30 more years before they all dry like the other ones did. Unlike the aftermarket ones, especially the Fellow Pros recently, we've been having a lot of issues with those not even like fitting at all, like putting them in and then almost willing to fall out on their own from the tolerances being bad. So it's a real shame. Just fit.
kit doesn't come with bolts for this, does it?
No, you gotta use your old bolts.
Yeah, it just comes with the grommets.
And it comes with the grommets if you're lucky. The Velcro ones have been iffy recently, but it's like all we got. I have some OEM ones on the side that there's a cracking them, tightening them, and the Male ones are pretty good quality now. But the Velcro ones have just really lacked. And actually, we might want to switch to doing the OEM valve cover gasket. I know you brought the Velcro one, but we've been seeing so many issues from the Velcro. I don't know if I'd even run it anymore. Which sucks because they are affordable and they used to work fine, and they came with the grommets. Meanwhile, the Male one, to get the grommets, you have to buy them separately, and they are like $28, something absurd. And the gasket's like another $25.
Definitely right there after. Spin it.
Alright, just tapping the seal in.
Slayer said, blame Rock Auto.
Rock Auto, Velcro, who knows? All the above. It's wild that new old stock OEM gaskets are softer than brand new Velcro ones, despite being produced, 35 years ago.
Is that the old one you did there?
I think it's up here, actually. This side. There's the pulley. There. An idea of how good this engine is. Try to feel some of that compression. Nice. Enough.
She's spin.
Oh, what am I doing? That's not going to do anything for the valve train. There's no piano gear. Of course.
Oh.
Spinning the valves.
But it felt pretty good. At least it sounded pretty good.
It did. Despite not having valves open correctly, at least one cylinder sounded fantastic, so. Alright, maybe the pin I have to do with the gear. So I'll switch the pin up. Hang on. Alright, this side's all the way down, so I'm able to lift this edge up and get it off. Yep, now I'll try to get the other one down. Right there. Nope. I'll have to use an actual wrench. It swings the ratchet just that last degree on its own before we get a chance to hold it in place.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's got one. Lift her down.
sounds like it. The recipe doesn't have to wiggle hard. That is a good looking color. For how bad the oil looked, this looks great. Actually, so does that. Still some visible
Yeah, I mean, it's always good small.
color. It's not all just black and thick. Great news. So now you can see there's our relief. If we had to have pushed the thing out.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
to take rockers out,
Ooh, yeah.
then slid the cam out, then come with the tool to get it. So I would have to do all that.
Yeah.
Dry it so
And with your gasket in, your replacement in, you actually need a small bead of black RTD in the whole channel, not just the quarters. That's one thing people often forget to do putting in a valve cover, because most don't require that. But Mazda's ones do. They're not designed to be it's all dry. If you do that, put it in dry, it'll leak shortly after, for sure. I guess you can also see if that valve cover is any better than this one. You want on the cleaner of the two.
Oh, yeah.
This one's still a little pliable at least. Oh, and had the RGB, so maybe this right. If this can change at all. Alright, yeah, so starting to dry up, but not terrible, not the worst. There, I've been that one.
Mm-hmm.
Starting right there, but the top still not bad. I can still do that with it. I've had some where like it will just hold a square shape like this. If you bend it like that, it just snap like a toothpick.
Yeah.
I was gonna say chat's slowed down a bit here recently, but I think it has been a long stream so far. Where we at? 4.5 hours. Not bad. Well, 4.5 hours in, we've got engine
That's-
opened up, 2 seals replaced, engine bay cleaned.
Not bad for one pro and one novice.
And that's with a
And we took a pipe sheet and we cleaned the engine bay and
yeah, doing great.
although Michelle's gonna come back and she'll be like,
Not done
don't y'all
yet.
be done yet by now.
That's she'd come back in 30 minutes and ask why it's not done yet.
I don't know, what do you think? I mean, the valve cover actually looks like it's pretty decent. I don't know if it's
This one is definitely physically clean on the outside. This one would actually clean up and look better.
okay.
It's a matter of getting it off again.
Again. But at least everything's still on here though, so
Yeah, I wonder how the compression feels on this one.
Slayer.
We should have done a compression check to
Says-
see how bad it was.
Yeah, I got the stream going and working on projects of my own too.
Yeah, it's a good day. Most areas to be doing projects right now for sure. It's not very good. There's like no noticeable difference in the compression and intake stroke. You hear a little bit of chuff. Right there, no chuff at all.
right. As it's turning completely over like it should.
There's one again.
But I mean, you smell what's coming out of it though when you're doing
Yeah.
it, right? And that's quite obvious. Fuel oil, coolant mixture, like just it's shot.
She's not doing too hot. Alright, yeah, go ahead and you can leave the hoses on it even, but we might have to drop it off the hoist. Take that bolt. But not a big deal.
Okay. I'll get everything else started in.
Actually, you can go ahead and take it off your throttle body since we don't care about
Oh, that's
it.
right. Make it easier.
Yeah, make it way easier. I think those are 12 on this one.
Oh shoot! Look at this one. Even the sleeve's blown out.
Oh yeah. Wow. Somebody thought The more torque, the better on that. They try to follow the spec in the Haynes manual. Like it lists a spec for these. If you try to follow the spec on the older bolts, they just snap. I see it all the time. I tell people just tighten it until you start to see some squish. Don't get the torque crank out and try to torque it down to a certain thing. It's just, it doesn't work. Where's our extension?
Are you needing an extension that I have or the little one?
The little one.
The little one is attached. I think I left it up there. It's still two of them.
One. This should be long enough.
Okay.
The mid-side extension's missing again. I'm sure I left it in the vehicle somewhere.
That's what I had, isn't it?
No, you get the long one. I have a 4-inch one. A 4-inch wall one that does most work for this gun.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Are you trying to get the bottom one here?
Yeah, okay, let's grab a straight extension for that. So you plan on taking this engine back for the core?
I mean, honestly, I don't think so. It's from here to there, I think it's like 3 hours. And then from there to my house is another 3 hours, whereas if I drive it straight, it's from here to Clarksville, I think is only like 4 hours. So
Yeah.
it cost me an extra 2.5 hours.
So there's what's left of the gasket on this one. So if we had taken yours off, it often don't come in one piece, it comes in 10 pieces like this, so basically has to be replaced. And if you don't, then you get started coolant, because obviously this under vacuum, and right there where the nasty brown is, that's where the coolant comes in, the throttle body. So if you have a gap right here, you just start sucking your coolant straight through your intake. But you can also see how useless those coolant ports are, and why I often just delete this part. It's running coolant through just that surface area only. There's no other ports. It doesn't go into the throttle body. It comes in right here, warms up that much aluminum, and comes right back out.
So what do you do, just slide a bolt in there?
You just cap the line, yeah, or you don't even, you leave that open to air so it's not connected to anything. It's just these ports. So you can cut these lines off and just go straight from, because this one goes to the IAC, this one goes to the tube down here, the crossover tube. You said you just go straight from the crossover tube to the IAC.
Oh,
Instead of looping all the way up into here, because those do basically nothing. It was like Mazda's attempt to like get that last 0.01 of an MPG to meet a certain standard somewhere by heating up the intake air just that tiny little bit. It's not worth it. For them, worth it. I'm sure. Like if it was the last 0.1 you need to get to hit like 48 as a whole number instead of 40, or you hit like 38 as a whole number instead of 37.9. Then that helps them, you know, across the board for how many million of them they sold.
yeah.
But for us, it's so pointless. It's just more of a hassle, more of a spot for your coolant to come out than anything. We still have your AC compressor on there, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Or move your foot a little bit here. I'll drop the rest of the way down. It should sit flat on the AC.
Oh shoot.
Oh. It's okay, I'll sit it back in there. So yeah, that's why you didn't have a ton of coolant come out, because a lot of it is stored in the block, basically. Were you on the one, the new one where we took it apart, where it had sitting right in that little area? Anything from here down is still stuck in the block, because the outlet tube is the lowest point of the engine, exit-wise, but it truly drains from the pump, and the pump sits all the way up there in the middle. Leaves a lot of room for coolants to sit. Make it down a little more.
Yeah,
More here. I can probably do a little more things to it.
That's all I need.
Yeah, they blew all their spacers out. Holy cow. Yes, it's just snug. This is wild. so not bad looking in here. Ah, yeah, whoever had that out actually cleaned it.
Oh yeah.
That's why it looks so good. And there you can see that's the offset lobe on that. So that's where the fuel pump, it's mechanical one sitting here, and it's on the arm right here. That'll lobe pump the arm with the down to pump fuel for the car.
Because it's got the lip right there. So
So all B3s have that except for the Aspire. The Aspire, early B3s, so 88, 89 in the US, have mechanical pumps. They have that lobe, and they have mechanical lifters. So you have to manually adjust your lash. They have mechanical lash adjustment. EFI cars, 993, switch to hydraulic lash adjustment. So we don't have to mess with the rocker tension on EFIs. It's just set by the hydraulic lash adjusters themselves. Then Aspires went one step further and switched to roller rockers. And when they did that, they changed the cam and they deleted the fuel pump lobe. So if you have an EFI Festiva, you can use any V3 head that you want. If you have a Carby one, they all bolt on, but you have to make sure you have at least a 93 or earlier cam to drive your fuel pump. In this case, since this one's from another EFI car, it's identical. Makes it very easy. Yeah, we can clean this up outside with some of that chemical again, and then kind of scrape it down with that sponge even. Actually get some of the grease and stuff off the reel, and you'll have a nice stuff to put on.
those are 8s or 10s on this.
All the small under 10s. There goes out.
Wasn't even attached.
Oh yeah, this one was from our throttle vehicle.
Oh, that's right.
Wow, they really tried to clean it. They put a brush down into the oil cap as well. That's crazy. Obviously they didn't know it. Actually, this gasket's also recent. See how bad it is.
And they tried to seal it. That's not a good gasket anyway though. That's one of those. It's not a Velcro gasket. It's a. I don't know. It still moves. It's not. It's a
terrible.
recent one, but it's quality wise, it's that crap rubber.
Yeah. This is a good job on the inside. We'll probably just leave it. Scrape off some of their extra silicone on the top side. I think that will clean up pretty well.
I don't know if that rubber grommet's cracked in there for the well or. This one holds really tight. That one you can
This
pull
one's still
it.
kind of soft.
Yeah, that one you can pull it in and out. This one, it held.
But yeah, if you can get it out, we'll use it. Otherwise, we'll have to cut it out and replace it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of spongy, but it really held. It's probably because it was so old. Who knows how
Getting
much-
out whole is the only hard part. Basically, every time I get them out, I have to end up replacing them.
Oh, okay, but you have them?
Yeah.
So much for blowing it off and drying.
Right. in first. Or I guess this one hasn't hit the drill at all yet, has it? So out of the drill, period. Then scrub it. We'll see how far that gets us. The plastic wheel. sound angry too.
I didn't think it was supposed to rain until this weekend.
I thought so as well.
The injectors are good.
Alright, good enough for government work.
Remind me again, what did you say this part was in the back here?
IAC, idle air valve. There it is.
That looks clean.
Well, black stuff back on top of it, you'll never even know it's dirty. Apply some heat to it to make sure there's no water stuck in the channel. The gasket. so it came out with the gasket, thankfully. Alright, I think it's ready for Smart TV. I'll just go ahead and grab one of the good gaskets while we're in here. I don't trust the Velcro anymore.
Okay. Is that what I got? Was a Velcro? Probably.
I think so. Because usually it only comes with the grommets, which also tend to fail.
Yep, that's exactly what I did.
It normally would be fine. It's what I've used many, many times. And I had one fail within like 2.5 months of getting it. And somebody else just on the page, yep, mine just failed. I only had 4,000 miles on it.
Good.
So, the newest patch is just crap.
Fuel pump alternator. Starter. Power control.
Slayer said, just went to replace the horn in my car with one from Festiva. Ended up getting original to work though by just backing out bolt and retighten.
Nice. Should put a train horn on it. One of the electric train horns.
Oh, we're going to take all that off to get to the...
Yeah, I just thought about we're gonna take all that stuff off the front anyway to get to the water pump and
On that one?
yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Paper pen.
There's one new gasket. Yeah, the horns ground through that bolt, so if the ground's a little corroded, especially since there's much road and dirt down there from it being that close to the back of the bumper, you can just fix the ground sometimes and have it work.
Yeah, the quality you can tell just feels better.
Yeah, and it's a 32-year-old gasket.
This is a 32-year-old gasket?
Yep.
Oh yeah, because it's OEM.
Yep, original stock. Oh, yeah.
Which side goes down on these? One's got the ridge on it, or the other side?
The smooth side towards the dump. And then 1 degree from that, there's got 2 little teeth on it, on the line for those.
Oh, okay.
small bead on the whole channel, just enough to basically glue the gasket in place. That's all Monster requires. And if that's dried up, I've got a few more of those.
Yeah, this one's good. The other two were definitely dried up.
I kept buying the big tube, and then it'd dry up just sitting after you open it. So Steve and I tried to ask Felpro if they'd sell these individual 1 ounce ones. Like, that's all I need for any job I do, really. They don't sell them separately anywhere. They only come with gasket kits. So I looked around and find anything, and Steven finally found one. He bought the Kia Rio, like the Felpro, the crank seal kit for Kia Rio. Rock out have them on closeout, $1.50.
Oh,
So it
wow.
comes with like 3 gaskets, a seal that fits our engines, and that tube for $1.30. So me and Steven bought like 40. So I have like 40 of those individual use things. The gaskets I basically threw away because they were aftermarket ones that I don't really care about, but apparently nobody else did because they've been sitting on closeout forever. And so far, I think 40% of the tubes have been completely dried up.
Yeah, the only downside is that you don't have the tips to get down in there, so.
Right. You just kind of lay it, and it'll squish it enough when you put the gasket on. All right. Clean seal. Got all those gaskets.
They're tossing one of those other tubes and see if it.
Mm-hmm. Grab that hand put on real quick. These still have this off. Is there anything else this thing needed? Oh, the exhaust gasket. Most of the stuff, or maybe not most, a lot of the stuff on the list you can have for free because I wasn't going to use it. But I do want to write it down in case I need to order more for future people.
Okay.
Much like the locking key for those wheels earlier, I was like, oh yeah, I've got those.
Yeah.
Just to find out, oh no, wait. That's right, some random dude who I do not recall at all has that.
I think I have an extra locking key at the house just because I wanted to make sure that if she were ever on the road with the car and she had to go somewhere to get something done and they didn't have it, so I put one in the glove box. I'm pretty sure I have the other one at the house.
Oh, nice. Little drill, I'm so close.
Battery dying on it.
Yeah. Nice. You want to reuse this pump?
Yeah, I mean, it's brand new.
Alright, cool. Spray pen clean as well.
I'd say it probably has been in the car for less than 20, 30 miles.
Super.
And you don't want RTD on the bottom side of this, right?
Yeah, ideally, no. If somebody's on there, usually it'll squeeze out. But if you're the one doing it, then avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, and anything you think you look at on the other one that you're like, oh, that actually looks in better shape, I don't mind sitting here and taking it off and swapping it over it.
Yeah. Your block is nicer, obviously, but I mean, outside condition doesn't really matter much when it comes to engines. Looking nice is one thing, but having no compression
Matters more.
kind of defeats the point of a shiny, clean block. And rebuild kits for B3s are pretty much worthless. So. But we will go ahead and chain it while it's out, while it's off and hold out of the way. Make it look nice in here. Because that's quick and easy. Send it back. Get rid of that last little flaky stuff back here.
You get a wire wheel on the brush around the drill.
Yeah. Yeah, the baby drill and this wheel should do that pretty easy.
What is that?
The plastic wheel, so it's slightly less aggressive than the steel one, but only slightly.
Yeah.
They come in grits. So I think that's a stiffer grit. And there's a blue one that's like this. Like this is 40, and the blue one's 80. I'll grab the paint shaker. This is my TikTok tool investment. It actually works absolutely wonderfully. My oldest son orders stuff from the TikTok shop. He's like, most of the stuff I order is just like, it's super cheap. Things like that. That's a minute and a half worth of shaking. The only thing I haven't seen in here, Will, is a air compressor. You just use all electric stuff? That's all I got. Well, I got that, and then the Milwaukee compressor for wheels, the full M12 portable one.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I do with air. The only time I've ever needed more air than that was when I painted my truck, and I went to Steven's house and used his big compressor for that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I don't do any air tool stuff. If Milwaukee doesn't make it, I'm not interested. Which thankfully for me, they make just about everything now. I haven't really found anything yet where I've been like, ah, if only there's electric version of that. For the most part, there just is.
Well, I mean, if it cuts, I mean, if it does what you need,
Right?
you know, all it is replacing batteries. Because, I mean, they usually only go 3-4 years.
And it's a hell of a lot quieter.
Yeah, that's true.
Much depreciation of my neighbors, I assume. Actually, I think I'm gonna turn that big fan back there on. Looks great. Do that fitting the rest of the day. Look in the connection here. This pan gasket appears to have already been replaced once, so we can replace it. Yeah, we'll probably replace it because I can see some crack on these edges. Again, the Velcro ones seem to crack, so I had it with Velcro, and I thought the Velcro one would get crappy off getting the brand. So I bought another one that was on Cancer Rock Auto. And the other last brand that still makes this style gasket. Might as well put it on. The one I have it off, I think I have new pans as well. These new pans cost me like $36 in China. They have one hole that needs drilled off different because they're for a different fitment for a car. But it is nice to have new sometimes. Yours is fairly decent looking still. Like, it's just got some surface rust on it. It's not bad. A lot of new is there.
Oh yeah, I see the underside of it.
You all flaky down there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not insane, but it's definitely more than the edges.
And we also have your soft one, which I think looks better. You might just say doors off.
Okay.
Switch to that one.
That meter 10s.
Yep, just a pass like that.
Just rip it off.
Yeah, you can actually put it rotate on the stand. You can make it easy. Pop your distributor out because it will hit the edge and goes all the way through. Just to 12 take them out. Now we'll find our exhaust gaskets. Stuff for you. I've got one MLS, one still available. So multi-layer formed steel gasket instead of the
That's OEM, right?
instead of the shitty composite ones. Oh yeah. That's great.
Rag, just in case somebody
yeah.
just put a couple of these on this. What's the other thing? Just in
I
case
think
you
I had some pig mats at one point. Here, let's throw this under it.
Yeah, that works. Just on the off chance that it starts dumping.
I'm sure there's probably something left behind.
That is exactly what you said, a bunch of tendons.
The long extension and that'll take care of that. No problem. I think I should go put the pizza away and check on those dogs. I walked in earlier and Echo had gotten into some stuff. I saw my pants from our room laying in the living room and one of my shoes missing its laces. So
Well, yeah, you did warn me that you likes to eat shoelaces.
she does love eating shoes. Now it's cooperating with us, get a better view of our oil pan removal.
See someone buggered up that drain plug at one point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Really messed that one up. Echo, don't eat those. Silly dog.
This is trying to open it up with the standard.
Peppers. Alright, big reveal. RPG is on, so. Not trusting the gasket as much as I trust that gasket. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Nope, they just, they really went ahead and assumed it. Everywhere, it looks as if. Oh, you know what? Leave it on second gear. There we go. Good. Yeah, this is a few more changes in there. Be pretty down there. But looks fine. That looks fine. Overall, good.
Little excess on the gasket there, the RTD.
If I get to replace this anyway, just kind of gross that last segment there was. I put those in there.
Oh,
I was
okay.
the hammer trying to pull the dang thing off.
Oh, that's right. You were hammering on it.
It was very bright and sunny and rainy.
That's one of those unicorn days right there.
But there's a very nice rainbow out there somewhere. So now that I've been here, with all the old ceiling off of these corners, maybe scrape off the last bit from here, and then that should be it. Gasket. Well, wait, pull the pan off. But big dog. Echo! Puppy!
Tell you what, this is my favorite knife I've ever owned.
Is it?
Yeah, this whole, I mean, it's still in sharper, but this helmet blade really good. Tip doesn't seem to break like a break every tip on the regular knife.
Most of my nice knives only sharpened. I was carrying one of these for a long time recently, just because I like to have able to replace the blade easily. And I lost not this one, but the one before this one. Went to Amazon to try to find a replacement, and
Discontinued.
they still had. Well, I don't have any in here right now. I don't think I have one that's missing its blade, and that I broke the bearings on. But I found these instead of using pocket those carpenter blades, using scalpel blades. I said you get the doctor's office, they're this long. They're still replaceable, so they're only this big. So you can put it in like the pocket watch pocket. They have a quick release flip bearings inside, and they just use those super sharp capital blades. So they're crazy sharp, really
So
small.
you found one?
Yeah, and like blade packs, you can get like a pack of 30 blades for $10. So same concept as the Milwaukee ones. We have quick replace carpenter blades, but
Of course,
instead
you're
big
on the
ones
watch list for buying scalpel blades in bulk.
yeah.
They're like, we had a Dexter on our hands.
Yeah. This guy's not a doctor. He works in a garage buying scalpel. What the fuck? But I think they're super handy because A, they're just so small. You can I can fit on it because I have a pump on me at all times. So my insulin pump takes a whole pocket, my phone takes a whole pocket, so anything else has to fit around all that. And my current EDC flashlight's huge. It does everything, but it's fat. So it's nice to have something small. So those tiny knives work really well for that. Oh, we should take off the support bracket. I think after I get this pan off, that's what I was just going to say. I'll probably do a ground cleanup so we don't lose anything important. But I'll keep tripping over my own crap. It's crazy. This block was just so clean, but I was just so shocked.
When you get donor for something, if somebody wants to do, not like you said already, food drinks are not what you build.
Yeah, if we could get OEM rings, it would be better. But the aftermarket rings all seem to suck like hard. They do not seat. They don't seal. You end up wasting all your money trying to rebuild when you just got used one for the most part of the speaker. And considering most people, when taken care of, before you can get 400K on a complete stock motor without issue, then it's kind of really not worth rebuilding. But there's also a lot of advices from 10 years ago. Our ring situation hasn't gotten better. However, instead of USB3s being free, now USB3s kind of cost money occasionally. I remember like the third Ohio Steve I went to, probably 2017, 2018. Steven wanted V3s to play with just because we popped them with the turbo, like left and right. And Joe brought 7 down in his trailer. Just gave them away at the meet.
So wait, he was just throwing turbos on V3s?
Yeah, we did the turbo truck, and it popped, I think, 3 V3s, 2 minutes, short lifespan on the road.
That's
But
why
I mean-
somebody, was it you saying something to somebody the other day about just putting a turbo on one?
Yeah,
And you're like, no,
Don't.
the transmission's definitely not going to hold up.
yeah, it's a dumb idea. The head shape on a V3 is purposely meant to swirl air in a very particular way for MPGs, which creates a huge lean spot intentionally. And you can't tune out that physical lean spot from the head. And that is all 8-valve Mazda engines. You can do a single head or a single overhead cam turbo build, but it needs to be a 16-valve single cam, which they did make overseas. You can get a V3 ME, which is 16-valve single cam 1.3. But in the US, you have to be a V8 or V6.
Is that what that is right there?
That one's, no, that's another stock one I had to do. I think, as far as I know, there's only 2 V3 ME heads in the US. One is rotting in a field in Little Illinois on a failed golf or go-kart build, where somebody didn't know how rare it was, and might as well go-kart out of it. And then the other one, Steven had or still has, and he made an ITB kit for it. So it's 16-valve V3 ITBs. When you put the head on a V3 though, the compression is insane. You don't get the piston some. So he's making like 11 to 1 comp ratio on that thing. It sounded incredible.
You saw, of course, the lawnmower that you made, right? With the green fish.
Ginger Billy?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. And I didn't realize at the time, because I saw it long before I purchased the Festiva. I didn't realize what it was. I just thought it was cool that he made some little shit box into a lawnmower.
Alright, you can pan the rest of it off. We have to take the trans off.
Fun.
So that's probably clear the ground for it. Because we're gonna want to pry the transmission off as carefully as we can, because if you let it scrape along the input shaft, it does score up the input shaft. Like the bearing it rides on, it'll score that some. Which I've never cared, because I've never reused a Festiva automatic in my life. And the one car that we put one into on purpose was a rally car, so we didn't really care if the input bearing was scratched on it. So somebody asked me, hey, I was reinstalling mine and I scratched the shit out of this shaft bearing. Do you have a good one? Well, yeah, I should. Went to my trans, and sure enough, I had the exact same scratches his had on it. And I'm like, I wasn't rough with it. I wasn't like yanking around with the Capris. I parted out 9 Capris in 2 days with Steven's help, and we had a skid steer. And we just cut like half the harness, undid 4 bolts, left the small bolts on, and just yanked the engine out with the skid steer violently. If that had broken a trans, I would understand. But this one, I just pulled off by hand, so my angle is just off enough to cause it to scratch. Apparently the bearing is super soft somehow. What's that? Okay, I guess you can have that. It's just a block of wood. Delicious. Headlight cleaner. All the valve controllers we'll probably want to keep. That's 6 from there. That's a good bit. Put that in my pocket. Oh, I'll see that. There we go. Put on this one valve cover, hardware and valve cover. Perfect tray.
Makes sense.
This is curing nicely. Give it a good till the end of the night.
This is the water pump off of that one, right?
Yes. So in the you go straight out the door up against the edge of the house. There's a shopping cart. That's my scrap bin.
Okay.
So scrap metal goes in that shopping cart. My scrap guy takes it into the monthly bin or whatever. Normally I try to have like 2 more work surfaces cleared off to store parts cleanly, but I still had all the stuff with 3 tear apart out that I haven't gone through yet. And that's basically it. Go back to camera 1 for a second. Oh, what do I do? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm breaking it. Oh. There we go. Alright, we've got like 6 people in here still, and we are almost 6 hours into today's stream, so as a reminder or a refresh, first of all, thank you all so much for joining us today. Your views help a ton, the watch hours help a ton. We're like this close, okay, maybe this close to getting paid by YouTube, so so glad you guys are here. So the dealio is, we pulled this B3 and automatic transmission out of the Aqua Festiva that's right behind that door. We now have a donor B3 that we are getting resealed and buttoned up to put back in it. So pretty soon we're going to take this trans off, start transferring the last few pieces over, and then tonight we will remate the automatic transmission back to the new engine, get it all cleaned up and pretty. The engine bay on that Festiva has been all cleaned up and prepped, and then over the course of the rest of the night and tomorrow morning we will put it all back in. It's going to be a great time. So that's kind of where we're at. And right now I keep tripping over all the stuff I have on the floor, so we are cleaning up our mess a little bit with all our tools, kind of getting it reset back to 0, and then getting back at it because we need to take off this trans right now. So I can take off this oil pan because this oil pan is way cleaner than that one was. So that's kind of what's going on. Echo. Echo. Maverick, to me. Where'd Echo? Echo. Echo. What are you doing back there? What the hell? What are you doing? No, you're soaking wet. Don't touch me. Yeah. Go inside. All right. It's looking pretty good in here. I think we're done with the axle puller, so I can put him away. Sadly, not successfully done with the axle puller. The axle in this trans is stuck hard. So, similar to other times, I think the easiest thing to do is just swap transmissions. In this case, I have a good automatic trans just laying around, so we're going to swap for that, make our lives a lot easier. Looks like we got some bad heater hoses down here. We can get rid of those. Our good donor heater hose, keep that. I'll throw the gloves back on and we will start taking apart this transmission. And 17, start popping all of our bolts out. So we got starter bolts need to come out, and then transmission bolts need to come out. Intake brace and starter. There we go. Just set those over here, out of the way. Rear transmission brace. Front transmission brace I removed a minute ago, so it's ready to go. All of its hardware. Keep it collected. Alright, we'll remove the 10s from our access plate, so that way we can start undoing the
pressure plate bolts. Send the breaker bar back out again so I can rotate this thing around enough to reach those. I knew there was that risk when I just put everything away that I need to pull it right back out again, but on the flip side, I didn't know exactly where it was, so that's been half a good idea. This engine has so little compression that it's like spinning as soon as I try to do anything. You want to try holding this so the crank doesn't spin?
Yeah.
I think somebody put in these bell housing bolts quite tight. Here, I'll hold it over here.
The bell housing. Yeah.
Well. Is that it?
That's all.
Nope. That bolt's looking mighty round. Come back some.
Oh.
Yeah. That's not good. Alright, we'll try the next bolt. Okay, we'll up the next one. A little more. Yeah, that's good.
I do it. Did that one break?
Yeah, that, nope. What on earth? It's gonna make this job very difficult. These don't come out. Here, take the torch real quick. Maybe put red Loctite on them. Back down some. Yep.
Strip them off.
Yep, 2 rounds already. Next one. Alright, now you go.
And this is just to be able to drop the oil pan, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you have to change the oil pan when it's in the car, you still gotta disconnect it from the drains?
You can kind of reach around it. Like right now, if we really tried, we could probably get the last 2 bolts off. But we gotta do this either way to get the trans off to replace it. But you gotta take, it has to come out with a torque converter. If you just yank the trans off, leave the converter on, you ruin the converter easily. I don't think I have a spare converter. I probably do, but still. It shouldn't be this hard. Matter of fact, it should be quite easy, but
Only some bonehead.
and these are specialized bolts too that I don't think I have more of.
Oh, hang on a second. Stand back up. All right, go ahead.
Oh, nope, I don't think so. No. Yes, it's absurd. Doesn't make much sense. We just try tapping the heads with a hammer to break them free from something. Okay, a little more. Right there's good.
Alright, let's see what I do have for torque converter and flywheel and whatnot. Alright, looks like I at least kept mine. So just be a matter of trying to get the bolts, or replacing the bolts, and then me grinding the head down on the replacements so they're flat enough to fit again. That might be what we have to do. Yeah, alright, so I will try to reach in there with something else to get this last 10 off. I think the standard 3/8 non-impact socket should reach in there. And we'll just have to make our own bolts. Or, where's your bolts? What? The Capri uses studs? Ah, never mind. Alright, so the Capri stud, I can't use this 5 bolts. Dumb.
Let's see if this one was done as crazy tight as that one. See if we can get a screwdriver underneath here. Oh yeah, it's already.
Yep, there it goes.
Got it. Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah, that actually doesn't look terrible. Ooh. Smell that crap.
Yeah, it smells ripe in there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The oil pan off. I can get maybe in fact to fit in here. Still want to do it though. Insane. I hope this fits. Alright, there's one. I didn't want this little thing desk going anywhere. They have more of these bolts somewhere. Okay, I think we're safe. I have another automatic out here that I forgot about.
Okay.
So there's one more automatic Festiva B3 assembly all still bolted together. So we have a second chance to do this in the mop break.
Okay. I mean, the other alternative is to still try to slam out that CV joint, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we could get it in theory, I mean, not that it solves the problem if anything else has to be done, but
Well, no, because we still have to get that transmission off
okay.
to get onto the new block. Right now it seems like that transmission not come off. The last thing we could do is weld stuff, do a weld extraction on those bolts, but then the bolts are dead. And these are specialized because they're M10 with a small head, and then the head is super thin to clear the block. So if you put a different bolt in there, you have to cut them down to size, and then also trim the head to fit. It's a little tight, a little risky. I can get these bolts new still, but shipping's about 3.5 weeks. So. But there's another one out there that was working, I believe. Just had a bad, same as you, just no compression. They rebuilt it, has brand new pistons, like a very almost new head, and they just didn't seal and it had no compression at all. Fuel in the oil, which we found the hard way because we had the valve cover off testing to see if it would fire, and we were spraying carbon in it trying to get the fire with the valve cover open, and it finally did fire over and lit the oil on fire. That was squirting out of the valve cover. It was very fun. Steven had a blast with that one. Alright, so it'll be annoying, but we do at least have a second solution. I've never had them get stuck like that in my life. I've started to run them off and had to come into like vice grips and stuff, but I mean, we had the 6-point socket right away, flush, all the room in the world to operate the thing, for it to still get that hard, and then the impact wouldn't do it. I got one to come out with the big impact, 6-point socket. Wild.
This gasket on this little thing is. Yeah, I'm filing it off, but it's.
Oh yeah, it's on there. I have a roll-off wheel we can use on it as well. Help get some of it off.
What?
A roll-off wheel. It's like a sanding sponge almost.
Oh, that's what people use to take off, like decals.
No, it'd be a carbon wheel. So this is like aggressive for. It takes down bare metal, but it will save your metal to take off your gas.
Oh, okay. I didn't know these used
Yeah, that's what you might need to still scrape a lot of off first to get that to start being effective, but like if you're here, that might be enough for it. Okay. Wow, yeah, that is super hard to get stuff to the paint.
I'm basically filing it off. With my
Yeah.
knife, so.
Yeah, see, that does it. I've also got a bunch of razor blades. We can use carpenter blades as many as we need to.
Okay, it's fine. So we'll just make sure I clean this thing out before we put it back on in case chunks of rice get in there.
I still have those new pans. I just need to figure out where the heck I put them down at last. I bought like 3. One of those things on eBay with suppliers like, yeah, if you buy more than 2, you get a discount. I was like, all right, well, I'll buy 3. I don't need a bunch of them. I was like, now's the time. Now, where the hell is the best? Alright, here's one. It's probably worth just putting one of these in instead of messing with all that crap.
Oh yeah, man.
And they delete the little metal strip thingies so they're reinforced from the mold straight away. But sometimes they need a little extra hole for the large tanks. This one, yeah, so this one will need. Actually, no, this one's bang on. Done.
You soak this one. Since
Well,
this is not
sort of.
bad.
Okay. Yeah. So you can see here, since you're in the later block, you'll see you've got 2 holes here.
Mm-hmm.
That one's been filled with silicone because it's not used. The later blocks have the hole, and they use this one instead. This pan, however, is a block hole. So in other engines, you'll put this on and it all line up, except that hole doesn't exist. You have to drill a new one to match up with this one. But since your block has the holes, you can just use that one now. And then we'll just make sure it still fits everywhere else normally.
A little bit more of a lip, I think, here.
Yep, and that's because once you actually space it up, it should have an even gap all the way around that circle, and that one does. I had one of these that was actually formed wrong and did not do that. And on this side, that should close up when we put the gasket in.
Yeah. Certainly better more than cutting myself open anymore.
Cool.
I bet if this thing soaks in something to kind of loosen that up, and it'd still be a good oil pan. I don't know what would deteriorate the gasket more, but
Yeah, scraping gaskets. This hole sucks. Whether that one's like almost right to the paint, it feels like bonded to it. Yeah, I didn't order 3 more anyway. I used 2 on somebody else's engine. I used 1, then thought it was all bad, then so I threw it in the bin, and then realized that we used the wrong gasket for that type of pan, and the one that cost was actually probably fine. And then there was another one that was legitimately formed wrong. So I scrapped 2 brand new pans, one of which I probably could have used, and the third one was fine. The first time around, I searched for an alternate part number forever, thinking I needed that alternate part number. Turns out the difference in part numbers is that the alternate one has no internal baffle. So I literally spent like an extra $30 and extra 5 hours of my life getting a non-baffled pan, which was silly. But now I know. So, $300 in wrong parts and research later. Now I know how to get new pans for B3s. And also the same pan for B6D. So B3s, Festivas, all sorts of stuff can use that pan. Actually, Michelle should be home soonish, I thought. You mentioned feeling bad for asking questions all the time. This is since I've been busy today. I haven't opened my phone yet.
oh okay.
Transport
That's just every day.
said. Get to work, Brad.
I'm bleeding, bro. Leave me alone.
All right. I am going to wash my hands and try to find some part numbers real quick on my laptop. If you want to go ahead and strip this engine down, because we're going to want to keep your alternator for the swap, and obviously we'll need this water pump. So if you want to do the same thing, strip this back down to get those off. Take your AC off. There's 2 bolts here and 2 on the back to get this off the bracket. And the bracket's held on to this 1 bolt going all the way through and 4 on the side. But basically all the accessories from the front of this will want off, and then probably mostly to keep them.
Okay.
And you can put those. I guess we just keep using this space since the car's not in yet, so all that gets bolted back on. So you just kind of set it in little sections to find them later. And then I'll go check the dogs once again. And
Where did you find the new engine?
The new engine came from a junkyard up in DuPaw, Indiana. I'm off screen just stripping the accessories off the old engine, like trying to get the belt off for the pulleys. Got to get the water pump off because the water pump's brand new. I guess since he's going to be doing something else, I could just turn the camera to something being done. Did I set that? I did.
Transport said, can fix my Freightliner too.
Absolutely, man. Be there next. Now I need. Oh, since you're here, you can hear me. Got a call about the semi. He said that it looks like the fuel pump housing might have actually fixed the issue. He drove it earlier and he didn't notice any of what I was talking about with the shuttering. So hopefully that's fixed. But he said you can still see a little puff of air every once in a while in the fuel tank. He's going to wait and crank it up in the morning. There's two different sizes. He's going to wait and crank it up in the morning and see if anything different happens, basically.
Said, howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hey, hey. Will stepped inside for a minute.
Transport said, glad to hear. Hopefully you can get back to making money soon. I got a quote for my kingpins today, $1,200 parts and labor. Chunk Slayer said, Festiva, Festiva, Festiva.
Festiva, 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 Festiva. Okay, so I had a thought or think while I was inside, and on like the worst case scenario where our second transmission also fails us, I am doing a auto to manual swap for somebody this weekend. They are gathering the parts cars to do that now. So if I need to, I can go over to their place and steal their transmission now instead of waiting for the weekend.
Okay.
So basically, any scenario we run into, we should have a solution for currently. Because at the end of the day, we need auto transmission parts because the little bolts are special, but also the flex plate to crank bolts are shorter than manual ones. Same pitch and stuff, but different size.
That's for the AC on the backside, right?
Yeah. If you get a short extension, it might be enough. Yeah, I'll show you.
Said, I will. I'm Maverick. Who's a good boy?
I think I'm a good boy. I think it's talking about you, Maverick. I think you're the good boy. Speaking of good boy, where is that good girl? Echo! Echo! Nope, this way. In the garage. Come here, puppy. It's a good girl. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're covered in mud. It's okay. I'm already very dirty. Look at that go! Very bitey. Very bitey. Yes. Yes. Look at the size of that lad. Oh. She's growing up so fast. Excuse me, Echo. I have to find some parts. Can you not break stuff? Wait, is this dog fighting? Am I gonna get banned on YouTube?
Yeah, you're gonna get in trouble now.
Oh, heck.
Not allowed.
Carhole said, I bet 3 RH spindles the little one wins.
I don't know, the big one's got her pretty well pinned down. Actually, he's really got the kill move sorted out. Just grab her by the neck and flip her over. It seems to be working quite well.
So I gotta take this whole bracket off for the AC.
Yep, so the 4 bolts on the front, and then the one long one going all the way through the oil pump on the front, on the belt side.
Makes it easier to access the rubber pump this way.
Mm-hmm. That is a bolt I have never heard of. That bolt that goes for the torque converter,
Mm-hmm.
an FT part number. Never seen any FT part numbers in my life. No idea where that's from.
Said, I am watching from work. Would rather be working on cars than these stupid robots.
Well, if you get off work, I'm sure we'll still be here if you want to switch over and do both.
And those robots are going to run the world soon.
Yeah, hopefully Carhole is in there adding a little back door.
Said, okay, see you at 2 a.m.
I'll be here. Dang automatic nonsense.
I can't remember. I think we did have the. I think we had the bracket for the alternator on the other, but I'm going to take it off.
We
anyway.
did. We topped it off.
Okay, so it doesn't need to come off.
Yeah, you don't have to take it off. You can use either one. Whichever one's cleaner, really. Alright, Mazda Japan is going to try to get me some of those unsealable bolts. So if this happens to somebody else, I will have them available. Because this is definitely not the first time. I know Zach Johnson was looking for some before and could not find anybody aftermarket that made anything close enough for it.
You got that little dog?
Somewhere.
There she is.
Yeah, she's been playing in the rain. You give a whip. Oh, you gotta run, you gotta run. It's not great.
Oh my god, get out of my way, silly dog. Off.
Welcome home.
Off. Press.
Hi.
Engine.
Yes. Yes. Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Good,
It's
good.
definitely been better. It'd be easier if we could get this transmission off, but
Why won't the transmission come off?
The little tiny bolt that holds the torque converter with flex plate frees the forward strip.
Oh, frick.
And not like, without you did something dumb, like we were using the right tools, we did everything all right, and it just stripped it right off. And I was like, I have the auto trans from this car over there, but I don't have the hardware from it.
Is this the one where you're
Said.
talking to manual too or not?
Hello, Michelle. Small hand waving vigorously emoji.
Small hand with these fingers. Hello, Carhole! Hello, dogs.
Shit, our camera got me.
yeah,
Some of these dogs.
I think I moved it earlier when I was, because it was facing.
See you at 2 a.m. With these, then these people.
Said, I've got the partner's Mazda 3 in the garage right now. Needs new shocks and other suspension-y bits. Just waiting for some weekend without overtime where I don't feel absolutely exhausted.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if absolutely exhausted is ever not a thing. That just feels like a constant.
I was worried we were boned, then I remembered we have one more chance it was right because I have another engine out there and auto on it still that we could try to remove correctly. So that's,
Well, but you didn't do anything wrong this time. It just.
they were way too tight for some reason. They should never be that tight.
Huh.
So that one should come off.
So you're having a ton of fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, new seals are in. We got
Look
one
at this
valve
fancy
cover
bracket.
looking really good. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's still there.
Super
Actually, that one's
effective.
still there too. They're both still there.
Wow.
It's gonna have to come off for us to put the starter back in, but there it was. Yeah, we got one very clean valve cover. This whole engine, we painted the block up nice. It feels like it's got compression, unlike the current
Ooh,
one.
even better. Yeah, because you have no idea what this came out of, or...
Yeah, so I mean, it was supposed to come out of a car that had like 96,000 miles on it. But it sounded good. This one, when we spun in,
Said,
definitely did not.
I also need to give my Maverick a nice clean before it gets too cold. Turning it in soon. Sad face question mark.
Have you found your
Turning it
replacement
in
yet?
soon.
You know what you're gonna go to next?
Right. You're gonna go to a better Maverick, a greener Maverick. Holy cow, the rain is really raining.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't supposed to rain at all.
Oh,
And
we
it
had a super
started
long
to
meeting
drizzle.
after school. It was super, super fun.
It was sunny and raining a little bit, like
Yeah.
bright out and rainy. This was a new one.
Did you guys order pizza?
I did.
Did you see the pizza?
I did.
Yeah,
It was in the fridge. If you want some. I just
I really want
saw-
spaghetti meatballs.
That sounds pretty good.
Said,
That's what I'm making tonight.
already have the
I walked out the
replacement.
building, I was
Been
like, that's
dailying
what
it
I
for the
want.
last couple weeks. My red 95 Aspire.
Ah, I didn't realize the Aspire was considered
The Maverick replacement.
I mean, not nearly as cool as the Maverick, but
I mean, it's still cool, but you know, it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't serve quite the same role. You know, the Spire is not much of a bed having towingable machine. It's not a bad car. It's not necessarily a Maverick alternative, I would say. Oh, Echo, you just eat that for real?
No, she's just kind of munching on it.
Little doll.
She's really excited about it. Though.
Yeah, they didn't need play with. Oh, the printed parts
Playing
came.
right now. Oh, good.
That's.
That's very good.
I can see why they weren't in the same box. Like, it didn't even have rat ring tape on it. So I bet they drop ship those from China directly. This is just extrusion cold filled. I bet they had them drilled and made somewhere else in the ship.
What do you pull the face of this one off? Just go pull the cotter thing out?
Same as the other one. One's probably stuck somewhat. Yeah, but it should
I
slide
don't know.
off once it pulls
It's
it out.
raining. It's raining. You're
And then
gonna
you
get
can
all
hold
wet.
that.
Fold it up, but you know,
I wouldn't
Oh,
have.
you
You can see at one point your block sat for a long time because
Said,
a lid. that-
much cheaper though, haha. The Maverick has definitely served its purpose for the chapter in my life I needed it for.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. This whole car payment thing is pretty lame.
Yeah.
We're not super used to that, but I guess for a year in, we keep going, right?
yeah, I mean, it's, as long as it's not super high of an interest rate, I mean,
We did refinance it to a lower interest rate, but it's still just. Oh my gosh,
So I
we
think-
just got so much rain.
I bank with USAA,
Oh, sure.
and on my car, it was crazy. Like 2.8%
That's
car.
awesome.
On a car. I was like, what?
That's impressive.
Can you put
I feel like you trapped me in here.
that?
That was pretty cool. You're like, hurry up, it's about to rain, and now I'm in here and it's raining. Can't get
I guess
back
you're
out.
stuck to hang out for a bit, aren't you?
Other than pulling one of the
Said,
mounts off,
that's what I like about leasing. Being able to walk away before the warranty is out.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
it definitely works if you don't drive that many miles. I mean,
Right.
if you've got to put a bunch of miles on it, at least it just doesn't make sense.
We've already got 25,000 on our Maverick, and we've had it a year. Yeah. No problem.
Trying to think, will we leave anything else off of this?
I think so.
Man, that's going to change me out. I don't know. It's better.
Well,
Oh,
we have to replace the almost impossible to replace gasket.
Oh.
Take that one off.
Gotcha.
But no, I think they're both the intakes are identical, so it's there. There's stuff worth keeping off this engine, not necessarily worth using, obviously.
Where did you get this stick, Will?
I didn't. She brought it on totally on her own.
Yeah, it's her favorite thing. Can you get off?
It's like
Off.
I think it's like a
Freaking
paper
mache.
It's like a gosh darn it.
Boy.
It's It's like a Nature Valley granola bar. Every time she bites it once.
Yeah.
I put less than 12,000 on it in 2.5 years. My partner has taken it on several trips and put a few more thousand on it.
Dang.
Yeah, we literally just hit 25,000 in a year.
Yeah, we just rolled over 25 something.
How do we
25
drive
dot
this
dot dot. And we're a month over a year now.
And that's not even all the cars we drive.
Yeah, we do a lot
I mean,
of
I will
driving.
say though, I haven't driven the RX-8 like at all. So we just take longer trips, I guess. I don't know. Dude, she's just shredding the whole thing.
Said.
I know.
Incredible.
It's insane.
Incredible is a word for it.
That is a word for it.
I don't know if it's Michelle's word for it, but I don't know. I had fun.
I had fun.
Said.
Oh,
The rain sounds are really nice.
yeah, can you guys actually hear it? That's funny.
Oh, that's fun.
Little ASMR for you.
If you're into rain.
Yeah, if you're in the rain. Don't fall asleep. Hey, no chewing on my shoes. I will kick your butt.
23. Said. When you were installing new seals
No.
earlier you used a tube of something.
No.
Ah,
What was that?
yes.
I thought you were just supposed
Echo.
to use motor oil.
Good question.
Ah,
Motor oil is okay, you can use it, but if you want to properly lube stuff during engine assembly, then you should use engine assembly lube. So this stuff is purpose built to do the exact thing. When you're putting in new bearings on the inside of your engine, and new piston rings, or putting in new seals, this is a specially formulated lubricant to help install new things during engine assembly. It's very nice. It's got some nice additives. I lost the cap years ago, but it stays nice and clean. It's a bit thicker, so it kind of sticks. It's a little tackier. It's good
Said.
stuff.
Today I learned.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah, he's had this same model, I think, forever.
Yeah, I bought that tube, I think 8 years ago.
Yeah, long time ago.
Black, old straight.
Bro, I gotta get inside and eat.
It's your funeral, brother.
Why'd you trap me here, William?
I want to see.
Ugh.
He did say you'd come in and be like, it's not in you.
I was going to, but I didn't want to make him feel bad. He already called me and sounds sad, so
Oh.
yeah.
So you already knew.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Well, it's not that bad. And we also,
And it's not that bad.
we've got some frame work we want to do too. It's been
And honestly, I
repaired and
blame the
axed.
auto. Oh, we should have known that from the get-go.
I
Autos
did.
are dumb.
That's why this job costs money. If this were a V3 swapped into a manual, I'd be like, yeah, it's fine. Let's get it done.
Yeah, that's like 3 hours.
No joke.
Those transmissions are so much smaller.
Well, listen,
Like, this is just annoying.
I was trying to teach my daughter how to drive, and she's got it. It's
Yeah.
she's not
You don't
really
get it until you do it every day,
Right.
though. So until you truly are forced to do it every day, plan on doing a clutch job,
Yeah.
but do it every day. Once you do it every day, you're good forever.
Well, that's
In
why
my
I was
opinion.
teaching her to drive on a transmission that already didn't have second gear. I was like, screw it, just stop and start, stop and start.
And I mean, that is the key. Can you actually, can you get into first? Is typically people's hardest problem. But yeah, it's this auto slowing you down, so it makes sense that it's causing you a headache. If it was something else, I'd be more concerned.
Alright, we'll look it up real quick. We'll see if this has
Said. Developing the muscle memory of being able to start under pressure.
Yeah, dude, have you ever been on, that spot on Broadway,
Alright, yes.
right next
Oh,
to
see,
Triangle
it's
Park?
already there.
When you're going up and it's like those 2 lights going up towards that corner bar? Oh man, I feel like every time I drive something manual, I always get that red light. Always, because there's a red light here,
Said.
and then there's a red light
Oh,
on
yes,
the
indeed.
hill. And I always get this one, and I just, I crap my pants every time.
When I was taught to drive a manual, we had a 3 on the tree. So I want to say
Oh, sure.
78 or 76 Chevy, something like that.
Yeah.
Pickup truck. And my dad backed it up to a tree. Just off the tree. And
Oh,
probably,
sure.
Probably maybe a foot off the tree. He said, all right, don't back into the tree.
Yeah, you'll crap your pants.
That was it.
Yeah, That's scary.
It's for the aftermarket panel. It's got the holes slightly different than the stock one.
Don't tear through it. Gotta tell him before he does it so that it's not my fault. What are you doing? She's a crazy dog. She's a crazy dog. She's a crazy dog. How do you deal with this little dog all day, every day? Hey, Lucian, how you doing?
How does he do it? Barely.
She's biting your leg. Echo, no. No bite.
But a leather punch would work for that.
Funny you say that. I had a set that I bought to do door panels with, but they were like really cheap and it kind of sucked. I think I finally threw them away, like when I was doing spring cleaning in this garage earlier this year. And here I'm thinking, oh, I should have kept it around. Trying to get rid of junk around here. I didn't need them.
You punch her right in the face. I'm pain. I'm pain.
There's always times like that too, like, don't be a hoarder, don't be a hoarder. Like, well, hoarding the garbage sometimes it comes in handy. I've been meaning to scrap the engine out there with the auto on it, because like nobody wants it. I sure don't want it in the way. And here I am thinking, thank God I have that laying around.
They gotta
Echo,
wait till
leave
your
his ankle alone.
scrap guy comes at the end of the month.
No bite. Ugh.
And this one you don't put RTD there, do you?
No, just in the corners.
Yeah, it is squish up there.
Yeah. So you want to put it in this, like basically along this channel here, so it's got a channel to it, and a little bit extra in each corner. So in front, you put it in this channel, a little extra in the little corners, and that's it. So it's all built down. Squeeze it out on its own. This one still is pretty pliable, which is great.
Hey, don't get so jealous.
So yeah, that one's ready to
Don't
put
get so
in.
jealous. It's my dog. It's my dog. It's my dog. It's my dog. That one's mine. It's my dog. Get out of here. 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 That's my dog. No. 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 That's my dog. My dog. Go away.
Easy
Go
enough.
away. Go away. Oh, you gonna fall down, girl? Ow! Poor dog's ankles,
Put
dude.
it on the right way.
I told you to stop it.
Nope, that
Echo,
one's
stop.
solid.
Echo.
No, you said this one.
Echo,
You did
stop.
this one?
Yeah, so
I
just
said the clean one.
Just on the aluminum channel here and the channel here, and then just a little dab extra on these little corners. Choppers. That one probably is enough.
I think we're gonna make a restaurant.
Weeds, you take the dogs?
Yeah, I'll take them for you. I have a feeling they're just getting in your way.
Sometimes they're alright. Sometimes they're right.
They're alright, huh?
Depends. You know how dogs is and all.
You know how dogs is and all. Look at all this extra skin. What are you doing
I'm
with
already
that
almost
extra
ready to eat
skin?
pizza.
What are you doing with all that? I'm making freaking spaghetti and meatballs.
Also, that sounds pretty good.
I don't know why, but I left the building and that's what my brain said I wanted.
Yeah, I think he's done getting bit, little dog.
Yeah, leave him alone. She don't give a rip.
Oh, he almost killed me.
Oh,
The second he turns around, I'm gonna get him.
travel.
Yeah, when they store them flat in the box like that, they get kind of funky. Do that edge. And I can put one here.
Said. Does that auto/manual swap you mentioned earlier involve a certain mutual friend of ours?
It does indeed. Yeah, this is nice on stand. I'm usually doing this upside down with the engine still in the car.
Said. Oh wow, when is this occurring?
It's getting dropped off along with the parts car this weekend and kind of early into next week. And I'll probably actually do the work later next week, like Thursday, Friday, into the weekend some, probably, something like that.
Oh, I had something down here. This is from the other one.
Said. Cool beans.
Ha! Beans. That's funny. It's a good pun. Voila.
Alright, now there's a certain way that you're supposed to torque these, right?
Yeah, kind of like a crisscross pattern to a torque spec that doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
So, in that case, it's a crisscross pattern until the gasket just starts to squish. You do that by hand.
Said. Any ideas for the fate of the parts car? I didn't realize this was actually happening, so I haven't been thinking about it.
It's been a while since I've seen that particular parts car up close, so I don't have any specific plans for it. I didn't know if he wants it back when I'm done with it, or if he just wants it to be parted out. So I have no idea, honestly. But you know me, I won't let anything good go to waste if it ends up staying here. Otherwise, it's kind of up to him what happens to it.
Said. It's technically mine, LOL.
Yeah, so I mean, really, I guess it's up to you guys. I'm very open. I just don't have room for it here. So, like, if somebody wants to take it back whole, feel free to take it back and store it. I can't hold a whole car. but I won't scrap a whole car either. So there was no more use for it for him. Then I would say whoever could use it whole next should come get it.
But yeah, so these are the ones that have the reinforced panel, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so normally you have those skirts, but this
Yeah.
one's got the films in it to be reinforced.
Said. It's that rusty red 91 that had the elusive electrical issues that you looked at once when it was really friggin' cold.
Ah, yes. I remember the one.
It's an excellent description.
I think I know what caused that issue now, by the way. Not that it doesn't exist for the car now.
Oh, you said we had to take these off too.
Yeah, because we'll have to get the starter to fit back in for the trans. The starter actually braces against the back of that. So this one has this washer right here. Meanwhile, that washer is taking up space where normally that big brace on that transmission starter goes.
Okay.
So,
Gotcha.
now we're going to put the new filter on so I won't forget.
Sweet.
So I think that's our bottom end. What else for that? And we can probably leave it like that for now though, just let the RTV dry before we put anything in it. We'll just keep in mind that it is indeed empty. And hopefully my blue RTV is still,
Not dried up?
yeah, it normally does dry up. Oh, you know what? No, I think I did toss it. I think this time it busted through the seam instead of coming out normally. We don't have to use blue though. We can just keep using the black for that. It's just to hold the gasket in place basically. But we will now prep the water pump. Just make sure it's all cleaned up from all its residue and reuse it. Okay, G&B, it's an okay pump. It'll be fine. So I have really good pumps on the store that are OE, like actual OE quality. They're made in Japan by Nissan. Nissan made pumps so nice that actually broke off that subsidiary into just making pumps for everybody. So Nissan Pump Works still makes pumps for the Festiva, and they're super nice because A, their bearings are incredible, will last the life of the engine, and B, they're cast impeller. These are the stamped ones, so there's the stamped steel, the weld pins too, spot welds.
Said.
The cast
I
impellers
mean,
are a lot.
I don't mind having another shed. The best thing about it is the title. It had a full LX interior stored in it as well as some nice dual pattern wheels I last used at Insanity. Card hole.
The other one
Said. Not sure if Colin is holding on to that stuff or not.
Good pump.
Oh, okay. I mean, if it's a good enough pump.
Yeah. The new Gates, so we used to always run Gates because Gates was the one that you get in the US with a cast impeller. But Gates quality's gone super downhill the past 3 years, and now their bearings suck. So people that run Gates will have bearing failures in the first like 2 or 3 years of having them, which is really, it just sucks.
That's my RTV job, by the way. I can't blame anybody else but myself for that.
Yeah, so go ahead and I guess scrape him back to bare. I'll get you a couple actual sharp blade might help a bit there.
I do need this for just carrying a razor blade instead of.
Said. Ugh, I just put a Gates in the Aspire.
Well, okay. Well, if your gate starts making some noise, make sure you visit that festivastore.com and get you a really nice NPW pump. Oh, put our string and bolt in while it's all here. Oh yeah, look at that. Thank you, China.
Trying to pick up everything with it. That's when you know you got problems.
No iron flakes are going to escape into your engine, that's for sure. And they come with crush washers. Ah, 14. Nice job.
Said, I guess I need to talk to Colin sometime about Festiva stuff. As far as I understand, Rojo's transmission went out not long after I sold it to him and has been sitting ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to talk to him. I wasn't sure what car he meant for parts, but I knew it was the beam machine getting all the work done. He wanted the engine replaced. I said I could definitely do that. And then he asked me later, he said, hey, actually, can you do a manual swap? And I was like, yes, it'll cost more, but we totally can. I said, but you need basically a whole parts car to do that. You can't just buy the transmission. There are so many small parts needed. And he said that he could just bring a whole parts car, and I said, that works fine for me. Any details beyond that, you'll have to talk to him as far as who owes whatever, as far as parts or the shell, where it needs to go, stuff like that. None of that was disclosed or discussed or anything. I just knew that we'd pull the trans out, get everything swapped over, and I'd make sure it was running nicely when we were done. So, but yeah, I don't have claim on any parts or anything happening to either shell after it's all done. I just am doing the swap and making sure that the beam machines ends up running nicely with a manual transmission. That's the end goal.
Said, oh, for sure. I'm just spitballing.
Yeah, if it has a good title and stuff, or really, I mean, if you wanted to make Rojo run again, Rojo could become an auto since all the auto parts are available. If you wanted to have a good shell again with a good title, I don't know what Rojo's rust status was at last. See bracket for a second.
Do you have just a gasket for the water pump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I dug one out.
Said, not too rusty, but it's been totaled at least 3 times.
Oh,
Yeah, that is true. It has seen better days. Figure out where the 12.
They're all right there, sorry, right there on the edge next to us, putting stuff on.
Perfect. Makes sense. Probably taking out the exact bolt that you just took out earlier. Well, okay. Need more. Back in there. see how my homemade holes turned out.
Oh, the ones you tap, that's right.
Three out of four is very tight. That one felt like it might not, so I'm just gonna pause it there. That's good. That'll hold an AC bracket or an AC compressor.
Scrap.
It's a blast to clean off used parts, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just hate to scrap it because I didn't really use it.
Right.
You know, if it had been on there for 90, 100,000 miles, I'd said, you know, just go ahead. Even if it was working fine.
That's gonna look good.
Oh yeah. And those you just got made?
The lower ones, yeah. I had these remade a while back, and then a few people were asking about the other piece because they got rusted out as well. I was like, I don't have a source for that, but there was enough demand. I was like, all right, I'll figure it out. And I finally found somebody willing to make them.
Can we put something on the drill to do gasket with?
Yeah, you can use that roll off again.
From here, it might actually be decent.
Give you a new old stock bolt as well, because I accidentally ordered like 30 or 40 of this size bolt that's used in like 2 spots and basically never goes bad. I think I was looking at a parts diagram and clicked the wrong number.
Surshrift
Showed up and I was like, I don't know
Said.
all these.
did exactly this on my Festiva before regrettably selling it.
Some of you guys have definitely got a lot more time into these than me. I can't wait. Like, I am going to get another one. This is just going to be like a daily here for my daughter.
Yeah, this is like 2 numbers off from what I wanted.
and it's used here, and it's also used to hold on those engine hooks on the dual cams.
Oh yeah.
Imagine this. I think most people who sell a Festiva would say it was regrettable. It's a good car.
It does well, except for right up against the edge.
Oh, yeah.
Some of that stuff. This doesn't have an edge to get in there.
Right.
Let it clean everything else.
Sir Shrift said, I wouldn't have sold mine if it wasn't so rusty. I might get another clean one day.
I feel that.
Yeah, the problem is now just finding the clean ones that are not getting scrapped, because even rust-free bodies are just getting scrapped by junkyards because they're like, nobody wants these cars. Not knowing that there are people that want them. When I was looking for the engine for this car, I called probably 15 or 16 places, you know, all within like a 300, 400 mile radius. Even ones that were listed on like carparts.com, like the app. And they're like, oh yeah, we had that. We ended up scrapping it. Because I didn't realize that carparts.com, that app, some of that stuff's 10, 15 years old. They just never removed it.
Yeah, you really gotta call and check.
Sir Shrift said, there absolutely has to be a way to legally retract a clean body from the junkyard to put back into circulation.
I mean, there kind of is. You can read VIN in one and just put your own title on it, but most junkyards won't play that game. Alright, how do you feel about new old stock? I got a CarQuest one that's going to be relabeled, underneath label, 2004. So the top of the power on it.
I mean, it's still CarQuest, which is a good part.
Yeah, I think these are rebadged Dayco ones, which is good. Oh, made in the USA.
Definitely
Like that.
Definitely like it.
Hell yeah. I thought I had another Continental kit, but it looks like the last Conti kits I have are for the V6D. I got dual cam kits. What's this? Oh. Okay, looks like I also got one gate slot. I think I have. There we go. This should be a single cam tension pulley.
I was going to say, the one that I pulled off, not the one that was on that one, but the one that I pulled off that one, it looked pretty decent, but
Yeah, I got a new one. I'll use it. All B series are non-interference, which is nice, but still better to not have one break on the side of the road.
Yeah. I had a 96 Eclipse. FYI, they are interference heads.
Yeah, 4G, right? 4G63, 2 liter.
Yeah.
Sir Shrift said, I still have a spare engine and 5-speed sitting in my garage. I just need a donor car.
Well, heck yeah, you're halfway there then.
I mean, I bet you can find one. So, I know I posted on the forum when I was following this dude through Kansas one day, and I posted like this old dude had one. I don't remember. Anyway, got his license plate off the picture and sent him a PI. I pulled him up on the database. I haven't sent him a letter or anything yet, but the car looked clean and rust free. I mean, he's obviously running it on the interstate at 70 miles an hour as a daily commuter, so one of these days I'm just going to message him and see if he wants to get rid of it. And then he's probably going to tell me no. He's like, you were stalking me cyberly. I'm not okay with that. Old Navy guy or something. I think he had a Navy sticker on the back of his car.
I wonder if it's somebody on the page.
Oh, I doubt it.
Sir Shrift said, "What's the wildest thing you've done with your Festiva?"
Oh, wildest thing? I mean, I took my original one. I took J Festiva V1 on the abandoned highway in Centralia, Pennsylvania, where they had a big mining fire. You have to go like off road over these big jumps to get past the guardrail, and then you can drive down the abandoned highway. So I have pictures. We did that in my Festiva, and then we took the off-road trail up the side of the mountain until we got to this like 6-foot drop or 6-inch drop off. I just couldn't do with those stock 12s, but that was fun. It's probably the most abuse I put one of my own Festivas through. Obviously, there's some guys putting their off-road Festivas through way more than that, but it's got to be the most for me personally. Good enough to seal?
Good enough to see, I think. As far as surface area.
"23 said, so much easier to do oil pan gasket like this. It's an oil pan with the engine in the car."
Yeah.
Flinny Xershrift said, "That sounds wild. What an adventure. I took mine chasing Hurricanian and Hurricane Adalia."
Nice.
You tell me. You think it's alright?
Yeah, it'll be fine. And just give it a really light bit of RTV on it. That way the gasket kind of stays in place. And we'll slap it in.
Both sections, here and here.
Just a dot there, basically. Just glue the gasket down.
What I mean is you put it here.
Yeah, just really thin though. Just enough to hold the gasket in place, and it'll push out even from there. Where is the 19 socket?
Is it no?
What would I be? Yeah, that is.
I don't want to open up a new one. I know the other one was still not used all. Or did I use it all?
Maybe all in the valve cover.
Maybe. Cover oil pan. Well, this one doesn't look black.
There we go. Add a little more structure to our stand here. Alright, the gasket surface looks good.
You said go ahead and put it on the side or no?
That side's gonna stay. And then a little bit on that side too, so we can put that gasket on. Basically, it'd be on the very outside edge. The gasket that's meant to be here, nobody makes it anymore. Instead, they just substitute the thermostat gasket in its place, which is a little wider, but it works. Oops.
Oh, we gotta put the gasket on.
Oh, it was up here. I don't see it.
We put it. Sure, we didn't put it in. That's not. That's a bad.
Let's see. Oh, there's the one. Alright, I'll just grab the thermostat gasket back here. I had like 20 thermostat gaskets. I brought a bunch to Ohio Festiva. I thought I still left a bunch here. And there's nice ones that have like a sticky backing so you can stick it on the one side. But here's one. I've got like 20 partial gasket kits back there. This is the same stuff with dual cams. As long as the holes line up. Yep, so it gets close to the edge, but it's what all the gasket manufacturers include now, so must be good enough. Alright.
Said. Sick turbo.
Yeah, I made a tattoo of this turbo.
Should grab the bolts. Can you grab me those bolts behind me? I just threw them on the floor.
Yep. Should be one more.
It's probably sitting on top.
Four for the mount, two for the inlet. I hear a big truck outside. Somebody trying to drop something off. That's it. That's what the RTD's here to help. Does not look like that works with the AC. At least not that bracket.
Flinix. Said. How many miles does this engine have?
I was told 96,000, so I'm hoping they're honest. I was trying to locate the car that it came out of because the junkyard did have 3 cars there, but when I looked at the VIN, it didn't match up to what they had for the engine listed. Because I was going to look at the dash.
I'll take one of the other bolts real quick.
Right here. I mean, it smells good. It looked good. It felt like it had decent compression just by spinning it. But you know how that goes. Torque spec doesn't matter to these either.
Yeah, not really.
Flinix said, crossing fingers for quiet lifters.
Yeah, I know, right? We're not hooked, even though we're going ahead, we're mounting the AC stuff on here. We're not actually doing the work for the AC right now. Probably come just before summertime, we'll get into that.
I put one of these on an AC car just to make sure it cleared, and it did. I wonder if this one's just missed it. So, hey, here's one. Lessons. Still just a little bit. Alright, well, gotta fix that real quick.
I wonder if we, I mean, it's a pretty solid cast iron. I was about to say it's a pretty solid cast iron.
Yeah, I might just take a little bit off the corner.
So safety goes.
Yeah, safety squint's enabled. Do a little nice modification, I suppose. Here is the orange handle. Ah, there it is. I wonder if this bracket's different or if my pipe.
23 said, what are y'all up to with the cutting wheel?
Well, so I'm gonna try to spin this around a little bit and see if we can show you. This is an AC car. So one of the new pipes, my bracket for the AC might be bent because the car was ripped. Let's see if I can. Okay. So we're cutting a little bit off the AC housing to make the piping fit. He's about to grab it and we'll see if it works this time.
looks pretty good. So it looks like some of the pipes are just barely off for AC.
Yeah. Alright, so I just rolled the thing, so where the bolts and everything. If not, there is more up here.
Oh, there.
Where at?
I got, they were behind the edge of it.
Tell you what, it's a whole lot easier putting a water pump on with it out of the car too.
Yes. Alright, we're up at 14 now. I think I probably should install this after pipe. In my haste to see if my thread tapping worked. Oh, it's still on the tool over here. God, those bolts are way easier to get to when this is not in the way.
Phoenix said, "Will this car be in a Festiva meet in the future?"
I'm hoping so. Like I said, it is going to be my 16-year-old daughter's car, but she's into it. She's been watching the channel today, so she's really liking that you guys thought the car was cool. I'm sure we're going to bring something up. I want to do it.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome. Love to have you guys have meet.
So 2 12s and a 14. You can't make it easy, can they?
Alright, now we'll see if that bracket still fits. This looks like it just might. Where's that long one at? There it is. Vertically, as long as that one fits, it should be good. Yep, yeah. Alright, that's good.
We're in the morning.
Sweet. Alright, I'm going to get a good shot of our beautiful B3 we got going on here. Turn it into a pretty clean looking build. Oh yeah, look at that.
New piping, get rid of all that rusty crap.
Fantastic.
It's basically a new water pump.
New enough. I'll call it new.
New oil pan.
And whoever did this engine put a new oil pump on it too, so that's a fresh pump. If that's better or worse, we'll see. And then valve cover looks all clean. Should be ready to put back on here pretty soon. So yeah, I think we're doing great. Now, with that being said, I think, switch to camera 1. I think Michelle has made us a lovely spaghetti dinner. So we'll probably call the stream here for now. We might turn it back on in an hour or two because we are definitely not done for the night. But a good break to clean up and eat and stuff would be good because we have been on the stream now for 7 hours and 33 minutes straight. So a good hand washing and spaghetti sounds like the move. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching. And then I hope to see you next time, which will either be tonight or tomorrow morning. You can see this beautiful B3 put back in the car. So hopefully we'll see y'all then.
Good work so far.